Well, I am so sorry that my stream was interrupting your train of thought there, Cassandra. This is not the first thing that I wanted to say, but I deal in customer service all day, and I'm kind of tired of it. And this is why nobody watches me, because I'm real on these streams. Anyway, for those of you who decided to stay after that, hello! Welcome to some more Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice. One of the only stage productions that you can attend to for free with unlimited sitting, but you get what you pay for. The curtain will rise on our adventure yet again as we head into Trucy's trial. But before we do, we'll just bear with me for a minute or so. So first of all, for those of you who did not watch the stream on Monday, you should know that this week, once again, is going to be very light on content. Basically, this is the final stream for the week. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, there isn't anything going on because I am occupied with other real-life stuff during that time. So the next stream would be Monday, more Virtue's Last Reward with Chris. In terms of video stuff, I'm still procrastinating on putting that out. Hopefully within the next couple of weeks, I'll be able to start putting out Chris Tales. The only reason I haven't been doing it so far is that I wanted to get a recording session ahead, and I haven't had time because most of my free time has been sapped up by other things. So please just bear with me a little while longer. And that's about it in terms of major announcements right now. And now hopefully we can kind of go on the right foot. So, let me just load the ship over. Load this shit up. Load it up. For those of you who do not know me, first of all, why are you watching this stream in the middle of the series? But if you happen to, my name is bscat/Robert, depending on how you want to address me. I am the streamer, I am the player, and I am your particular guide to this particular playthrough of this particular game. And this is what I look like. Hello. Yeah, that's really about it. So, when we last left off, shit hit the fan real hard. Also, it's fine, Cassandra. And apparently it didn't even matter anyway. Yeah, shit hit the fan real hard. Trucy was putting on a magic show back here in Japanifornia, and Apollo and Athena were watching, but then something went wrong. There was a dead body that was found at the end of one of the magic acts, and they ruled it a homicide. So now we are trying to defend Trucy, and because of a contract that she accidentally signed, well, we owe the TV station about $3 million, and because we can't pay it, everything in our office has been repossessed right now. So it's not a good time. Also, good for you, Cassandra. I'm probably going to be getting one myself this weekend. This is probably the last time that you're going to see the red hair. Because it's all going back to brown. Kind of sucks, but it had a good run. The hair's just getting way too fucking long. So we ended off with all of the evidence in tow, and we are about to start the trial. And also, I guess the thing I should say, as for every stream, is that if you are missing details, just go back and watch the previous stream. Everything will be included in it. I have to prove Miss Trucy's innocence, yes. Because I'm the one actually doing the work here. We also found out that the prosecutor for this case is none other than Nayuta. April 28th, 9:15 a.m., District Court. Defendant lobby number 3. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine. Is Paolo okay? He's been muttering to himself all morning. He's been like that since yesterday. Guess the pressure of today's trial is getting to him. Poor Polly. He's really tearing himself up over all this. No. Blackwell was the main prosecutor for the last game. We're moving on to another prosecutor. By the name of Nayuta Submati. We don't know anything about him, but apparently he is an international prosecutor that comes from Korean, so... Get it together, Apollo. Yikes! Athena, when did you get here? Try to relax a little bit, will you? You're getting yourself way too worked up. Yeah, but I'm alright. I'm fine. You know, I did a little digging... Oops. Yeah, indigestion. All because I decided to eat something with red sauce. You know, I did a little digging on this Nayuta Sadmati guy. He's apparently not your run-of-the-mill prosecutor. Oh yeah? What did you find out? Well, they say he wields an incredible power to accurately read a trial's karma and its ultimate fate. What is that supposed to mean? I don't have all the details, but apparently he can foresee how the arguments will go and even lead his opposition. What do you need to tell me, Cassandra? So the defense basically ends up going in whatever direction he has in his head. Man, this isn't going to be a cakewalk if that's true. Emma did say that she talked to him for us, though. Here's hoping that went well. I'm already starting to get dizzy. This is going to be great. In any case, sounds like he's going to keep us on our toes. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy in the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Mr. Wright is putting his faith in me. I can't let him down now. I'm fine. There he goes again. It's almost like he's chanting a prayer. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine! If you say so, Apollo. The trial will start momentarily. Is the defense ready? Yes, we're fine! Whose fate and the fate of the agency rests on this trial. This is it, Justice. If there was ever a time to shine, it's now. April 28th, 9:30 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 6. Also, that's what you need to tell me, Cassandra? It's a ponytail. Most ponytails are going to look the same. I should know. I am a fucking expert on ponytails. And now another breathy voice, because I fucking hate myself. Court is now in session for the trial of Trucy Wright. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution? Prosecutor somebody. 1,000 pardons. It was rude of me to keep you waiting. I was praying for the victim. Oh, praying. Yes, I see. You're a Koreanist monk, correct, prosecutor? Yes, that is correct. I am but a lowly monk from the kingdom of Korean. I beg in advance for the forgiveness and kind patience of everyone here in this court. I am unfamiliar with the proceedings of this country, and may make many blunders. He seems like such a gentle-mannered soul, doesn't he? I wonder if Emma had a chance to talk with him about Trucy. Now then, Prosecutor Samadi, your opening statement if you would. Certainly. In the name of the Holy Mother, I vow to guide the victim's soul to a land of eternal peace known as the Twilight Realm. Now that the last rites of the victim begin. You're somebody. He's really been making a name for himself apparently, but that nickname, Last Rites Prosecutor, I wonder how that will come into play today. The incident took place in the middle of a spectacular magic show. The accused performed a magic trick in which she thrust a sword into a coffin. A coffin from which the body of the victim then spilled out, dead from a fatal stabbing. The victim's name was Mana of Mystery. There it is. There's the old Capcom charm. The victim's name was Man of Mystery, otherwise known as the Great Mr. Reyes. His blood was found on the sword that was used during the magic trick. So his death was just an unfortunate accident. God, we have so much fucking evidence. John Samuel, approximately 10:30 a.m. Cause of death, shock as a result of being stabbed through the back with a sharp blade. Victim's name is Man of Mystery. It's only natural for one to assume as such, Your Honor. However, it was no mere accident, but rather a homicide. The prosecution's position is thus, that this was a murder made to look like an accident. I see, and you believe this crime was committed by the defendant? After a thorough consideration of all possible scenarios, I unfortunately had no other choice but to conclude as much. But that's how it's gonna be, huh? I guess I couldn't convince him after all. Very well, and now let's hear from the defense. Naturally, we maintain that the defendant is innocent, Your Honor. If the defense wouldn't mind. Could you please explain your reasoning? My reasoning? Well, I would have to say that my main reason is because I believe in the defendant. I see. So you find it difficult to come up with anything more concrete than that, do you? What a fine demonstration of the fact that you are indeed a lawyer of putrid mind. Putrid mind? Prosecutor somebody? Excuse me, but I don't... If you don't mind my asking, Prosecutor, but what was that you were just chanting? A sutra of the Holy Mother that guides those of tainted soul towards enlightenment. It is a Koreanist... I keep fucking stumbling over that. It's a Koreanist incantation to awaken the foolish from their fruitless slumber. Pity for a lawyer who indulges in such fancy as the innocence of the accused. I see. So basically you're asking the defense to get real. Allow me to be these few words, defense. It is my duty as a monk to punish sinners, and to guide the victim's souls to the Twilight Realm. Should you show repentance and admit to the accused's guilt? Shut up. No harm will come to you. But, should you interfere with my sacred last rites for the victim, then I shall cast you down into the pits of hell along with Trucy Wright. Now wait just 1 minute here. Putrid pit of hell? Is that any way to address someone in a court of law? Prosecutor Sabati, that may be the way you conduct trials in Cayenne, but I would appreciate if you would refrain from such charged language here. Your Honor, that was but a Cayenne sermon for those who have strayed from the path. Harsh words are often necessary to admonish contemptible deviants who cannot see reason. Oh, I see. I didn't realize. Guess they really do hate defense attorneys in Cayenne, huh? Even still, that was way, way over the top as far as verbal abuse goes. And the trial's only just begun. Well, defense, I suppose the way a prosecutor does things varies by country. Why don't we look at this as cross-cultural exchange and try to be more open-minded about it? What? Bailiff, please bring in the first witness. Oh boy. Oh, Emma got her snackoos. Oh, I thought she said goodbye to the snackoos. Detective Sky, the courtroom is no place for gorging yourself. What's wrong with having a little snack? Girls gotta eat, right? She, seems a little stressed out. Detective Sky, your testimony, please. Yeah, about that. I just want to state for the record that I believe Trucy Wright is innocent. I'm sorry? Detective Sky, the path you seek to follow is misguided. Giving the wrongdoer false hope will only deepen her despair in the end. But let it go and move on. Acts which go against your duty will earn you divine punishment from the Holy Mother. Fine. I don't know about the divine part, but I get the punishment bit loud and clear. I guess Emma got assigned a ton of paperwork or something for sticking up for Trucy. She and Prosecutor Sabati don't seem to get along very well, do they? Shall we continue? The prosecution contends that the accused has a clear motive. The evidence, if you would, Detective Sky. Alright. Let's take a look at this poster. It's a Troop Grand Marie poster from 13 years ago. It's just me, or is it a little different from the one in Miss Wright's dressing room? It's a revised version of that poster. This one says cancelled under Mr. Reyes. That's right. Mr. Reyes left the troop after the first version of the poster was printed. Take a look at Mr. Reyes' right forearm near his elbow. See the big scar there? He apparently got that when he made a mistake while practicing a magic trick. Ouch, that's quite a scar. Because of the accident, McAfee Grand Marie concluded Mr. Reyes was too unskilled. Just before the show was to open, McAfee announced Mr. Reyes wouldn't be appearing. But in defiance of McAfee's decision, Mr. Reyes tried to go on stage anyway. This in turn caused McAfee to oust Mr. Reyes from the troupe on the spot.
You kicked Mr. Reyes out. It seems rather extreme. Did you really have to go that far?
When it comes to magic, Trooper Henri was so passionate, or should I say extreme about it, that it caused problems for them from time to time.
Yes, they even caused his court a mountain of trouble with their extreme antics.
And now the troop's successor has committed a murder. It seems the troop's rare talent was inherited by the right person after all. A putrid talent for criminality.
You sound rather extreme yourself, Prosecutor.
Criminals with impure souls do not deserve sympathy, Your Honor. As I was saying, after his expulsion, Mr. Reyes apparently went on to hold a grudge against the troop. Who would tell those close to him I will get my revenge on Troop Graham someday? Yes, he's from Craine. We've established this.
Revenge, That certainly sounds antagonistic.
And then his chance for revenge finally came. If you would be so kind, Detective Sky. I guess I don't have a choice, do I? Thank you, stating the obvious. We're gonna get to the testimony in a minute. That alarm was, more laundry time, so I will be right back. It's gonna happen a couple times. Okay, back to it for a bit. Defendant's motives. The victim planned to get his revenge on Troop Graham during Trucy's magic show. Mr. Reyes was first going to steal the Grand Marie notebook from the defendant. Then he intended to reveal the secrets behind the magic tricks during the show. That was the victim's plan for revenge, and while he did, in fact, steal the notebook, the defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal the secrets. By the time the accused had discovered the notebook's theft, it was too late. Their only option was to kill Mr. Reyes and make it look like an accident.
Objection! Objection! There's nothing but conjecture.
Objection!
Objection! The victim's assistant, Bonnie DeFemme, gave the police a statement. She testified that just before the start of the show, Mr. Reyes said, "I'm going to reveal all True Grand Marie's secrets on stage today."
What?
Well, that isn't exactly a great starting point for a rebuttal, is it?
You're telling me?
Allow me to give you one piece of advice, defense.
Oh, and what's that?
Let it go, and move on.
Excuse me?
Helping a sinner will only sully your own soul. One possessed of an unclean soul will burn in the flames of hell, and then be ever burdened with that sin in their next life.
But I don't believe in that sort of thing. Besides, I have no intention of giving up.
Oh, Holy Mother, grant me the strength to deal with this putrid lawyer. All actions have consequences, and yours will surely earn you the honor of being a mere stink bug at best in your next life.
A stink bug? Now then, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please.
Plan to get his revenge on True Grand Marie during Trucy's magic show. Nope, button's borked. Must have happened when I dropped it yesterday. Oh well.
Hold it! Revenge after all this time. It's been 13 years already. Why now?
I know, right? I thought that was pretty sketchy myself. I mean, wouldn't he have done it a long time ago if he was going to do it? After all, Detective Sky, self-indulgent outbursts such as those will earn you the divine punishment in the form of a salary evaluation. Eep.
Wait, that's what divine punishment means?
Let the detective have her snack, this humble servant of the Holy Mother shall explain. Over a decade ago, True Grand Marie was at the height of their popularity. But then their reputation declined, and they had all but faded from public memory. Until recently, that is, when Trucy Wright sought to recapture their former glory.
The defendant, and at such a young age, too. How impressive!
Yes, the accused's skill at magic is undeniably impressive. If she hadn't fallen onto the path of sin, she would have had a bright future ahead of her.
It's always sad to see such promising young potential go to waste. Now then, Detective Sky, how did Mr. Reyes plan to get his revenge? And please put down the snack goose before you continue with your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Reyes was going to first steal the Grand Marie notebook from the defendant. That's on your end.
Hold it!
What evidence do you have that Mr. Reyes actually stole the notebook?
Well, you see,
whenever you're ready, Detective.
Fret not, Detective Sky. You have nothing to repent for. You should be proud of the fine forensic discovery that you made.
Forensic discovery? What did she discover specifically?
Detective Sky identified a certain set of fingerprints on the notebook. Upon further inspection, she determined that they belonged to Mr. Reyes.
What?
The detective found fingerprints entirely of her own volition. For that, I must say well done, Detective Sky.
Get a little too addicted to using your precious white powder. Powder, did you, Emma?
Now, Detective Sky, I would ask you to explain exactly how Mr. Reyes intended to use the notebook to exact his revenge. Alright, well, first, he saw the notebook. He then intended to reveal the secrets behind their magic tricks during the show.
Hold it! I'm going to reveal all the true Grimoire secrets on stage today. That's what Mr. Reyes said himself, right?
Right, but he didn't exactly specify which Grimoire secrets he was talking about.
The prosecution thinks he was referring to the secrets behind True Grimoire's magic.
Yes, that is the prosecution's assertion. When the accused realized that Mr. Reyes was to reveal her family's most closely guarded secrets, she naturally panicked.
So basically, Trucy's notebook was hiding Mr. Reyes' things because he had stolen himself. I see. Truly a motive that only a magician could have.
Yes, that's what the prosecution believes anyway.
Yeah, there's only one problem with that. Objection!
Okay. Okay, never mind. Fucking notebook's locked. Oh, keep going.
Hold it! Do you really believe what you're saying, Detective Sky? Do you really think Mr. Wright killed Mr. Reyes to stop him from getting his revenge?
Of course I don't think that. The Trucy we know would never... Keep your private considerations separate from your public duty. I warned you about this very thing before the trial began, did I not, Detective Sky? Yes, you did. Please recite my exact words to you. Emma Sky, you are a detective first and foremost, not the accused friend. Remember your duty and fulfill it faithfully. Excellent. So you do remember what I said to you. Your devotion to your work will be rewarded, for the Holy Mother sees all. This Holy Mother is no scientific concept I've ever heard of. These two really don't get along, do they?
Science and religion go together about as well as oil and water.
Yeah, that's about right. As I was saying... The defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal the secrets.
Hold it! I'm sorry, but what exactly is the basis for claiming it was murder?
Beats me.
What? The basis beats me.
You'll have to ask Prosecutor Submati over there because he hasn't told me his reasoning either. Detective Sky, your feeding of information to defense has not gone unnoticed by my eyes. The bad karma of acts which go against your duty will impinge upon you in your next life. But even before that, it may impinge upon your job in the form of a transfer. Please don't get me kicked out of the forensics unit. Anything but that.
Poor Emma. She's really been risking everything for us. Well, somebody, what are your grounds for claiming homicide?
It was the luminous tape in the understage passage. I realized that it had been moved. Moved it so Mr. Reyes would climb up down to the downstage coffin by mistake.
What?
Mr. Reyes, who was waiting in the understage passage, was supposed to have used the upstage ladder shown here on the left. He was to climb up into the coffin that had been set up in the backstage area. After being turned into a stuffed dragon during Act 1, Mr. Reyes was supposed to come back to life and emerge from that coffin, but the luminous tape had been moved to mark the downstage ladder. So the victim climbed up into the coffin on the stage itself by mistake. The very same coffin the accused thrust her sword into.
And you have proof that it was my client who moved the tape?
But of course, Detective Sky. Oh, that's right. I identified the defendant's fingerprints on the luminous tape.
You what? You actually had proof?
Well, defense, are you finally ready to let it all go and move on?
Absolutely not. Detective, please add the information about the prints on the tape to your testimony.
Defendant's prints were on the tape. I guess she must have moved it during the show. And you're wondering why the stream is blurry.
Objection! Well, I presented that evidence with plenty of confidence, but that confidence is waning by the second.
Yikes. Okay. Oh good, the consulting is up. I don't need it. I don't need it.
Hold it. What made you think to check the luminous tape for prints?
Well, I bet it was Detective's intuition. I dusted not just the tape, but just about everywhere for fingerprints.
Oh?
I just pretty much... Thank you, OBS. I mean, it was so nice to be able to dust for prints without anyone getting mad at me.
It's great that you're enthusiastic, Emma, but there is such a thing as too much enthusiastic. Or too enthusiastic.
Tape is moved. To guide Mr. Reyes into the coffin that was downstage? If that's true, it does sound like a murder rather than an accident.
It certainly doesn't help that Trucy's prints are on the tape.
Ugh.
I wish I knew what sound would even be appropriate to make in this situation.
Just go into the coffin.
Objection!
Like, I know where the logic is going. I just can't find. Can you do anything besides state the obvious? Must be really out of it today. Paolo, there was one statement that I thought was a little strange.
Oh, am I witnessing the power of analytical psychology at work?
Nope. Feminine intuition. Let me show you which statement I'm talking about.
Okay, now to try comparing the evidence to the statement that caught her eye.
That doesn't fucking help. I know that's a statement that's wrong.
Objection!
I'm just gonna fucking burn through the rest of my penalties.
Objection!
It doesn't really fucking matter in this game anyway.
Hold it!
Realized that it had been moved. That was the one that climbed up that led to the coffin. I think. Like, I'm not going to deny the fact that, yeah, that specific tape leads to the coffin. Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. Oh, but how do I prove it? Oh, I'm a fucking dumbass. Trucy wore gloves during the show, so none of her fingerprints were found. God fucking damn it. Objection!
I'm sorry, Detective Sky, but there's a flaw in your testimony.
Oh, really?
The prosecution is claiming that Miss Wright moved the understage tape during the show in order to guide the victim into the coffin downstage. But it doesn't make sense that she would leave prints on the tape at that time. It doesn't? Please consider the fingerprinting results of the main coffin, which shows that not one of my client's fingerprints was found on or in it.
That's true. We didn't find any of her prints on that coffin.
I think you've realized what the flaw in your testimony is. Claiming that Miss Wright left fingerprints on the tape during the show is inconsistent with the facts. Because she was wearing gloves during the show. Oh! She must have left the prints sometime before the show started. In other words, her prints do not prove she moved the tape to mislead the victim. The prosecution's investigation was insufficient.
Oh my. But on a personal level, I'm very happy about that.
Well, Prosecutor Somebody, if the defense's argument is true, then you have no evidence the defendant moved the tape to deceive the victim.
I see. Apparently, the defense is more intelligent than I had thought. More than a stink bug at any rate.
Come on, you can bump me up to at least a stag beetle now, can't you?
Would that really be any better?
Of course, way better. Stag beetles are cool with those huge mandibles of theirs.
If the defense wishes to be promoted to a stag beetle, then answer me this question.
Alright, shoot.
Even with no evidence that the accused moved the tape to misguide the victim, the victim still climbed the ladder using the tape as a guide. And entered the coffin on the stage. The accused then thrust her sword into said coffin with the victim in it.
So what you're saying is, the fact remains that the victim was stabbed to death, right?
Precisely. However, this does drastically change one aspect of this case. If the accused did not lead the victim into the coffin on purpose, then it means the victim's death could have been an accidental. If it was indeed an accident, the defense can argue that it was involuntary manslaughter.
I see. If it was involuntary manslaughter, they could plead extenuating circumstances, and the severity of the crime could be mitigated.
Defense, if you believe the accused did not murder the victim, then do you argue that it was an accident?
This is it, the all-important question. The defense argues that Mr. Reyes' death was...
It was still murder.
The defense maintains that the defendant is entirely innocent. We believe that it wasn't an accident, but murder. And what's more, we believe it was committed by a third party.
A third party? As in the true culprit is someone else? That's quite a brazen claim to make, and one wholly without grounds. The voice is as loud as your suit, or your voice is as loud as your suit, and your mind echoes just as loudly in the emptiness. Surely you were but a loud red pepper in your previous life.
I've been devoted to a vegetable.
Wow, I didn't know a person could be reincarnated as a non-sentient plant.
In any case, I do have grounds to make this claim.
Let us hear this reasoning of yours, then.
Alright, but before I give it, there is one question that we need to address. The victim was killed by some third party. Then the sword in the defendant thrust into the coffin wasn't the cause of death. If that's the case, then how do we wind up with the dead body inside the coffin? Very good question. Now let's hear your opinion, Mr. Justice. How did the victim's body wind up inside the coffin?
He was killed under stage.
What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put in the coffin? In other words, what if the victim was already dead in the coffin from the get-go? Oh, I see. In that case, the defendant's sword wouldn't have been the cause of death. How do you respond, Prosecutor Samadi?
That is the third time.
The third time of what? Ha! What the heck is this? Ha! Ow, my head! What do you think you're doing?
Even the merciful Holy Mother loses patience if she is struck 3 times. Did you never learn you needed to be punished?
Why don't you let me worry about what I need and don't need?
It is what you deserve for interfering with my last sacred rites for the victim. You are a brainless lawyer chasing phantoms. You know nothing. Let this humble servant of the Holy Mother give you an edifying sermon.
A sermon now?
There's a passage in the sacred scriptures of Koreanism. A cornered frog will swallow even a snake.
Huh? A cornered lawyer has unexpectedly struck back hard against the prosecution. Did I get it right?
No, for I am not done with my sermon. And yet, the frog still dies, its belly bitten and torn from within.
Just great.
And in this case, you are that frog, Defense.
What exactly is your point anyway?
Let us assume for a moment that the victim was killed under the stage. Who then had the opportunity to do so during the show?
Let's see. The people in the show were
Bonnie DeFemme, the victim Mr. Reyes, and Trucy Wright. Bonnie DeFemme was on stage throughout the entire show, as easily confirmed by the footage from the show. Which leaves us with only one suspect, Trucy Wright. How do you see? The accused killed Mr. Reyes as he waited on standby in the understage passage, and then placed his dead body in the coffin above, thus making the murder look like an accident.
No!
O great and merciful Holy Mother, thus another putrid mind has been guided towards enlightenment.
I can't believe I swallowed his trick question whole.
Objection! Sorry, but I have to raise an objection here.
Athena, what are you...
There's something I wanted to point out, Apollo. And who might you be? You struck me as a mere child in countenance. I may be young, but I have an attorney's badge just the same. And you would contribute to the discussion in that capacity. I most certainly would. You did argue that the defendant killed the victim under the stage. But let me remind you that Miss Wright is a girl. Clearly. Surely you didn't raise an objection simply to point out such an obvious fact. Your Honor, please send for this little child's guardian to come take her home. Hold it! But I'm not done with my sermon.
You don't need to talk like Prosecutor Sabati, you know.
Listen, if the victim was killed in the... Hold on. If the victim was killed in the interstate passage, then his body would have to be hauled up to the stage, right? However, Miss Wright is a young girl, and a pretty petite one at that. She couldn't possibly have hefted that large body and put it up in the coffin.
It's true. It does seem like it would be a rather difficult task for the defendant. I don't think even I could do it.
What do you think of that, prosecutor? Who's the child now? In my religion, the priests of Koreanism are revealed as pillars of our beliefs. So I naturally hold nothing but deep respect for women. I also think highly of the female perspective. Says the man who called this fair maiden a little child.
Is a fair maiden?
I agree that your point is worth discussing, defense. How indeed was the dead body raised up into the coffin? By the accused Trucy Wright, that is. You're committed to pointing the finger at her no matter what, huh? Then you explain how that'd even be possible. But of course. There was a way for even a small creature like her to raise the victim's body up. Huh? Wait, you really can't explain it? I foresaw that our arguments would come to this, so I have prepared a witness.
Well, I admire your readiness, prosecutor.
It's really not that difficult when one can read the ultimate outcome of any trial. He couldn't have really predicted that things would turn out like this, could he?
It's pretty hard to believe.
Excuse me, but may I step down now?
Yes, I suppose you may.
One moment, Detective Sky. I'm sorry for, the way I handle all this. You did a fine job, Detective. Your testimony was invaluable. It was? Yes, you served well as a detective and did not allow your personal feelings to interfere. You overcame the conflicted emotions you felt and performed your duty admirably. You will be rewarded for your fine work. Thank you. I hope we can work together again in the future.
Miss seems bewildered by the unexpected praise.
I guess he's a pretty nice person if they say, like they say, as long as you're not up against him.
Now then, let's call the next witness.
Oh, it's Bonnie. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the court. It's really nice to meet all of you. I'm a lagomorphing illusionist from the land of fairy tales, Bonnie DeFemme. I can't wait to do some magic tricks for all of you. Please, witness. There's a time and place for all things, including magic. Ah, but it would be okay to just do a little magic, right? Come on, please. Look, everybody's waiting. Now's my chance to shine. That is your second time. My second time doing what? There will be no further warnings. You should know that from our preparatory meeting, correct?
Beep. Is no one exempt from His Holiness's rosary of suffering? We have your testimony, witness. Once you've recovered from your disappointment.
Well, I was a huge fan of Trucy's. I don't really want to testify against her, but I guess I have to. Don't I?
Is a huge fan of Trucy's, huh?
I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy Wright. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves.
Sure, you're a real fan, alright. Destroying Trucy, I mean.
Thank you once again from the Peanut Gallery for stating the obvious. I really can't believe that Trucy killed Mr. Wright. Excuse me. Mr. Reyes. I guess it's possible for a small girl to lift a dead body if she uses stage lift. Is it possible? Could Trucy really have... Trucy did use stage lift. I think she must have used stage lift too. I was on stage for the entire show, by the way.
You're on stage the whole time. And you're sure about that?
There's no question. The entire audience could testify to that fact. What's more, she was shown clearly in the TV show footage as well. I couldn't possibly have killed Mr. Reyes, not little of me. Therefore, the only person who could have killed the victim under stage is the accused. Furthermore, by using a stage lift, even a petite young lady could have raised the body up to the stage without difficulty. You gotta be kidding me.
Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
The understage passage. I can't believe that she... It's possible if she used a stage lift, could have... I think she must have used stage lift 2. Before I do anything, I'm fucking saving. Yeah, no, that's not how it works. Objection! Oh, bullshit! That was fine evidence, and you know it, game. Couldn't help me anywhere. Hold it!
Stage lift 2. I mean, the stage lift shown here on the left?
That's right. With the stage lift, I think even a small girl could easily lift up a dead body onto the stage.
That makes her the murderer in your opinion.
Of course not. I believe in Trucy. Like I said, I'm a huge fan of hers.
Oh, brother. How long is she gonna keep up this act up?
Defense, what position was stage lift 2 in after the show?
Let's see. If I recall, it was in the fully raised position.
Ah! And the reason why it was fully raised is because the accused uses it to lift the victim's body. Wouldn't you agree? Feel free to slowly mull it over while you roast over the flames of hell, you evil red pepper.
So now I'm also evil.
She never told anyone that she had moved the stage lifts.
Hold it! What makes you think it would be possible? It's not like you tried it out yourself, right?
Well, actually, we did try it out for ourselves.
You did?
Detective Sky, if you would. Oh. So that's why you made me do that.
Detective Sky, what did he have you do?
Prosecutor asked me to try raising one of the male police officers with the stage lift, without a single word of explanation as to why he was making me do it.
You're kidding.
It's as if he really can foresee all of our counter-arguments. Do not underestimate this humble servant of the Holy Mother.
More like haughty.
That means Trucy could have lifted the dead body up. Does that mean... Oh, forget it. I'm pressing all the statements.
Hold it! You said you were a huge fan of Trucy's, isn't that right?
Oh yes, I even became a magician because I wanted to be just like her. The first time I saw her, she was performing at the Wonder Bar. She was only in junior high back then, but she got up on stage with tons of confidence. And then she proceeded to win my heart with her astonishing tricks and winning smile. That'll work. So, I was trying to sort through different voices for all of these female characters.
She certainly sounds like she means all of that. So finally being able to perform with her must have been quite a treat for you, right?
Oh yes, after all, it was my chance to have her see me. Not just as a fan, but as a fellow magician. But then that horrible accident happened.
It was not an accident, it was murder. Witness, please explain if you would.
How a small young woman such as Trucy Wright could have raised the body. That's not how this works, Cassandra.
Hold it. Is what possible? Could Trucy really have what, Mr. Fem? Please finish your sentence.
Yep. Well,
Don't try to beat around the bush. Come right out and say it. Why not tell this court what you really believe?
What I really believe? Of course I don't believe Trucy could ever commit murder. Such an amazing and wonderful magician would never do such a thing. But, taking all the facts into account, what else can I think?
Know at least 3 other unflattering things you really think about Trucy.
How could you attack this girl when she is obviously speaking with reserve?
There is such a thing as reading between the lines, Mr. Justice. It's sad how the youth of today lack the ability to do such a basic thing.
Yes, there is such a thing as reading between the lines. Certain people should really start to figure that out.
Looking at me like that isn't going to help me stick my foot in my mouth less, Your Honor.
Witness, please describe what the accused might have used to lift the dead body. Alright. I wonder if it's really possible for a small girl to lift up a dead body like Bonnie claims.
Guess possible with the stage lifts.
Prosecutor Sabani also said that Trucy was the only one who could have done it under stage.
This testimony sure isn't doing our case any favors. Hold it! You didn't have a single spare moment to slip down to the understage passage.
Huh? Don't tell me you suspect me now.
I'm just trying to do my job by fully examining your alibi. Depending on how solid it is, I might have to suspect you, yes.
You gotta be kidding me. Don't spit on my head and tell me it's Rennie, lawyer boy. I'm right here in the footage. Are you too much of an idiot to see?
Huh? Mr. Fem, are you feeling alright? You seem suddenly different.
Oops. Where did that come from, right? Oh my, seemed to have stopped there for a second, didn't I?
You didn't just snap, you broke character now.
In any case, I was on stage the whole time performing magic. I mean, you saw me in the footage, right? My dazzling and flawless performance.
Flawless? That's odd considering what you told me. You said that you made a mistake with where you positioned Mr. Hat. Mr. Fem, to what is the defense referring?
Well, I made a little mistake on stage. I was in charge of operating Mr. Hat, you see. According to the script, I was supposed to place him to the left of the coffin. But I flubbed it up and made him stand to the right of the coffin instead.
And because of that mistake, Trucy had to move the stage lifts around.
I'm feeling really bad about missing Trucy up like that with my goof.
Darn it, I don't see any inconsistencies in her testimony. I do!
Now, do you know who the real killer is?
Come on, Gramps, don't just sit there. Head down your rolling pronto. Do it quick before you heal up over there. Beg your pardon?
Oops. What's gotten into me? I'm so sorry.
Give her another 5 minutes before she tears off that mask.
Well, Defense. Are you ready to let it all go now?
Of course not. I'll never give up.
I see. I suppose this too is fate. Sacred scriptures of Koreanism describe a variety of hells for the damned. For someone like you, who struggles ceaselessly against his fate. Papul Bolig. I think. Boljig. Papul Boljig seems most appropriate.
What?
Oh wait, that's Koreanese.
What sort of terrible place is Papul Boljig?
Place where the more one struggles, the further one falls into the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, a ferocious beast awaits. Think of it as something akin to an antlion sandpit trap.
Oh, there's one of those in my backyard.
Ah, Koreanist hell's closer to home than I thought.
Now then, it would appear that the witness's testimony supports the prosecution's claims. The defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim on the stage. How are we supposed to get out of this jam?
Hey, Apollo, if you can't find any contradictions, maybe it's time to use analytical psychology.
You mean...
I heard some discord in Bonnie's voice while she was testifying.
Oh yeah. I don't even need Widget to see that.
See? Widget is picking up on the noise in her heart, too.
Right. Athena can hear things others can't with her super sensitive hearing. She can hear the emotions people suppress as a kind of noise or discord in their voices. Alright, Athena, let's give it a try.
You got it.
Hold it!
Hold it. Your Honor. I'm afraid that our witness, Mr. Pham, is suffering under terrible traumatic stress due to this horrible incident.
She is?
Yes, what with that terrible death on stage? And her beloved Trucy getting arrested, she's under an awful strain and shock. In fact, I don't know how much more she can take before she's unfit to testify. What?
Oh, I've heard of that. What is it called? Postal stress disorder, right? It's where a person becomes uncontrollably angry, I think. I read about it somewhere.
That's going postal, Your Honor. This is PTSD.
Oh my. So that's why the witness acts so hostile at times, as if she were a different person.
Yes, and I think your condition is clouding her memory of the incident. Therefore, I suggest a short therapy session for the witness. Therapy? You don't know the first thing about a magician's mental strength. I risked my life jumping through rings of fire and having my body sawn in half. Oopsie. Boy, I have to watch my temper now, don't I?
Miss Sykes, please do whatever you can to help this unfortunate young lady.
And what exactly is this child planning to do, Mr. Justice?
With her super sensitive hearing, Miss Sykes can hear a witness's true emotions. Simply from tone and inflection, she can tell exactly what a person is feeling.
I can even pick out feelings that a witness is trying to suppress or hide. Widget projects the emotions I hear into the mood matrix, where I can analyze them. It sounds like some sort of spurious devilry. Though I find it hard to believe, I must ask, how do emotions constitute evidence?
Well, I won't say that emotions can be taken as evidence per se. I've seen how instrumental Miss Sykes' work has been in cracking a case. Therefore, I wholly support giving it a try.
I see. If you are in favor of it, Your Honor, then I have no objections. Even this mere monk can see that something disturbs the witness.
I'll disturb you!
Oh, thank you for understanding, Prosecutor Submoddy. Apollo, you remember how to conduct a therapy session, right?
You want me to lead the session?
Of course. You're the leader in the case, after all.
Fair enough, but, do I need a refresher?
Nah, I'm good.
I think I still remember from the last time, so let's get right into it.
Okie dokie. You ready, Widget? Let's do this.
Let's see what we got. Got a lot of anger.
Alright. Trucy is the one who killed Mr. Reyes. Even she can move the body with that lift. I was on stage at the time. But that terrible mistake. My stupid flub caused Trucy so much trouble. I feel so bad about it.
I'm sorry? You feel bad about it, do you, Mr. Femme? Gotcha!
Or got it.
I have to say, Mr. Femme, you certainly are a strange one. Even though you said I feel so bad about it, it seems you were feeling happy about it.
Yeah.
Bonk. I think I can guess why you were feeling happy. It must be because
you messed Trucy up.
I think you were happy because you messed the defendant up. I'm right, aren't I?
You gotta be kidding me. Why would I be happy I messed Trucy up? I'm a big fan of hers.
Because we saw you.
I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy Wright. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves.
We saw how you said you hated Trucy Wright. How you were glad she was in trouble, and even how it was what she deserved. Clonk.
Ouch.
It looks like you hit the bunny on the head, so to speak.
Apollo, the noise level dropped. Now if we can get it down to 0%.
Well, Mr. Femme, are you ready to confess how you really feel?
What? What do you mean? I'm Bonnie, the sweet, cute little bunny. I'm a rookie magician working hard just to be like my idol Trucy. That's the character I'm supposed to be. Objection? Keep that up, Mr. Femme, and you're going to have a mental breakdown. Just let yourself be who you really are. Who I really am? The two sides of you are fighting each other and doing you psychic harm. I can hear them. Two distinct voices battling inside you. Shut your pie hole, you know nothing, know-it-all. I mean, you mustn't say things like that or I might get flustered.
Mr. Femme, how long do you insist on maintaining this wolf in sheep's clothing act? We can't end this therapy session until you get real with us. So let the wild beast inside you free.
Ouch. Don't make me laugh. You don't know a dang thing about me. You want to see who I really am? Fine, take a good look. What in the world? Sheep's clothing? You got it all wrong. It's a rabbit suit I got on. And no, I'm not a wolf. I'm a bloodsucking vampire, a bat with fangs and wings. I think we just opened Pandora's box. I'm finally done with that Kitty Two-Shoes Cottontail act. I feel as free as a bat.
Defense, your therapy session is taking a turn for the worse from the looks of it. There's a perfectly good explanation for this. Isn't there, Miss Sykes?
Methinks I created a monster. We blew it. Hey you, Lobster Boy!
Who, me?
You think I'm glad Trucy's in trouble? That I think she's getting her just desserts? Well, guess what? You're right.
Does this mean you admit to wishing the defendant harm?
Well, the bat's out of the bag now. Not mistaken, mine was a work of art. Thanks to my goof, poor little Trucy had to do all of that hard physical labor.
When you say hard physical labor, what are you referring to?
Because of Mr. Hat's new position, Trucy had to move both of those huge stage lifts. Yeah, Cassandra, a vampire, because of the way that... It's a little weird. Basically, like, her kind of persona is that of a bat, a vampire bat. It's a whole aesthetic thing. It must have been so heavy. What a riot.
It's strange. Dina, could you please add that last statement to Bonnie's testimony?
Alright, I'll update the mood matrix with the new information. Huh? Hey, Apollo. Now there's a new inconsistency in this testimony.
Yeah, she finally slipped up. So what do I need to do now?
Not from this point onward, you just do what you do best. Find the contradiction in the testimony and present evidence to refute it.
Alright, I've got you now, Bonnie DeFemme.
Do-do-do-do-do. You know what serves her right? Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts. Ooh. Yes, you fucked up, Bonnie. Nobody should have known about that.
Objection! That doesn't make sense.
What? So you think I'm crazy now?
No, that's not the point I was trying to make.
But I don't hear you denying it.
Mr. Femme, allow me to repeat your statement. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts.
That's right, blah 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 blah.
But how did you know? How did you know Mr. Wright moved the stage lifts?
Oh, okay, and I still say that's what she deserves. Sorry, I was trying to make sure my body wasn't falling apart. Huh? According to her own statement, she didn't tell anybody she had done so. What? So, how could you have possibly known what she had done unless you saw her? You saw Miss Wright moving the list in the understage passage, didn't you? Bye-bye. You did it, Apollo? Noise levels are at 0%.
Mr. Justice, wouldn't that mean... Yes, Your Honor.
The femme herself was under the stage where the victim was killed. I hardly need to tell the court what that means.
You're one artful liar, Mr. Femme, and one spectacular suspect.
Why, you shiny red lobster boy? You're saying I killed Mr. Reyes?
I'm saying that's a possibility. What's more, I say you had a solid motive to frame my client for murder as well.
Objection.
Objection. My apologies for writing on the defense's memory reverie. But you seem to have forgotten one very important point.
Oh, really?
The TV footage. As you can clearly see, Mr. Femme was on stage the whole time. The entire audience can bear witness to that fact, including you.
Oh, yeah.
You have just taken a long and senseless journey. You'll need to return to the starting line. The witness could not have been in the understage passage, which means the only one left who could have killed the victim is the accused. Guess the party's over.
But Mr. Femme knew something she couldn't have known unless she was under the stage. How do you explain that, Prosecutor Samadi?
It's quite simple. The accused must have told Mr. Femme about it, but then forgot. Open those useless eyes of yours and take a good look at the footage. If Mr. Femme really was in the understage passage, it would mean she was on stage and understage at the same time.
It means she was in two places at once. It does seem to be the only explanation that makes any sense.
It may be an explanation, but I'm not sure about the make sense part.
Then we'll just have to make it make sense. Your Honor, the witness was both on stage and understage at the same time.
That is the defense's assertion.
I've heard some illogical things come out of you before, but this is absurd. I'm sure it'll change your tune once you hear my reasoning, Your Honor. My gut tells me you're bluffing, but I'll bite. Very well, Mr. Justice. How do you explain how the witness was in two places at once?
There were two Bonnies.
There were two Bonnies, Your Honor. If that were the case, it would all make sense, wouldn't it? There were...
two of them? I suspected you had a few screws loose, but now I see that some are missing altogether. Is there a toolkit in this courtroom, Your Honor? I suppose three screws to the head should brighten this putrid brain.
Very well. Bailiff, could you...
Hold it!
No, wait. Please, listen to my argument. Very well. Suppose it wouldn't hurt to at least give it a listen. This was argued earlier. Mr. Femme is shown in the footage the whole time. But at the same time, she was also watching Miss Wright in the understage passage. The only possible explanation is that there are two Bonnies. That almost sounds like it makes sense. What do you think, Prosecutor Samadi?
Humble servant of the Holy Mother is of the opinion that we should lose no time in replacing the defense's many lost screws. Apollo, it goes against reality itself to say that one person is actually two.
But we don't have to be bound by reality after all. By reality. After all, we're talking about magic here. So if the Bonnie de Femme in the footage is the real Bonnie, the Bonnie here on the witness stand, the one who must have been under stage, this Bonnie de Femme is our second Bonnie.
She is?
So we call this the one in front of us Bonnie number 2. I believe I just pieced the evidence to prove that a Bonnie number 2 exists. Oh, then please submit your evidence, Mr. Justice. What proves the existence of a second Bonnie?
Well, yeah, I guess that would be it.
Ugh. Take that! What's this? During our investigation, we found a set of unknown fingerprints on the coffin on the stage. These prints were most likely left during the course of the show. If they didn't match the prints of any of the people involved in this case, an unknown third party's fingerprints. I was not told of this.
And I must have collected it from him.
So the question is, who could these prints possibly belong to? Mr. Femme, or should I say Bonnie number 2? These are your fingerprints, aren't they? Satara! Ugh. Enough of this foolishness! One person could not possibly be 2! Those fingerprints could have been left not only during the show, but any time. Objection! It's not like you to lose your cool like that, prosecutor or somebody. I'm sure you know that. Exactly when the fingerprints were made is not the main issue. What do you mean by that, Mr. Justice? The issue is, who do these unknown prints belong to? Certainly not Bonnie de Femmes. But what if they belong to the person standing right in front of us? Oh, you mean Bonnie number 2 is the second Bonnie? Is that what you're implying? It's preposterous to suggest those prints belong to the witness. I say they must belong to some other unknown individual. Let's get her some body. Can you really look at her and still say that?
What are you looking at? Take a picture, it'll last longer.
Could this be? Check her prints. I'm sure they'll match the unknown set. Well, Bonnie, the prints that don't belong to the real you belong to you, don't they, Bonnie number 2? Witness, is what the defense has said true?
Fine, I admit it. The fingerprints are mine.
Does that mean you aren't Bonnie de Femme?
What? Ridiculous!
Are there really 2 Bonnies?
Nope, there's only been one body. That's because I'm Betty. Betty de Femme.
What?
Ladies and gentlemen of the court, it's time for a wondrous magic show. Gasp in amazement as this lagomorphing illusionist performs her teleportation magic. Watch closely, it's showtime.
What an amazing trick! The witness suddenly...
Sorry, excuse me.
The witness has suddenly split into two people.
It's not a trick. No gimmick to it either. We're simply twins.
What?
Twins?
That's how the teleportation trick works.
Ever since our debut, I've had to hide or pretend I'm Bonnie. All cute and sweet and goody-goody. I can't tell you how stressful it's been. But I don't have to hide anymore. That's right. Our days of sneaking around are finally over.
The cover is blown, but they actually seem pretty happy about it.
Which of you is the nice Bonnie DeFemme we met in the dressing room? Oh, that would be me.
And the sharp-tongued Bonnie we saw with the ratings Raja under stage was...
Hey, who are you calling sharp-tongued?
It's all starting to make sense now. So, Mr. Justice, this changes the facts of the case rather dramatically, doesn't it? It certainly does. During the show, it was Bonnie who was on stage the whole time. Bonnie couldn't have committed the crime. Betty, on the other hand, who was under stage, did have the opportunity. Ugh. Well, so now we have two suspects.
Hold it. Wait just a minute there, Lobster Boy. I didn't do it. That's right. Betty might have a foul mouth, but she never killed anybody. Hey, who's got a foul mouth here? Oh, well, speak up, huh?
Hold it!
Hold it. Please save your sibling squabbling for later. Betty, you must have been in the understage pass during the show. Otherwise, you wouldn't have known about the stage that's being moved. So what exactly were you doing down there?
Fine, I'll testify. Anything to get you off my back.
Prosecutor Samadi, Benedict Femme is ready to testify. What do you say?
Betty, you lied to this humble servant of the Holy Mother. Hey, what else could I do? I couldn't blow our cover and ruin our magic act. Besides, am I gonna go to your Twilight Hell or whatever for being a liar? You will indeed. However, it won't be after your death. Rather, I shall give you a taste of your punishment of this mortal coil, an interrogation hell.
Now then, Benedict Femme, please explain to this court what exactly you were doing under the stage.
What happened on stage? It's true, I had business in the understage passages because of the upcoming trick. It was a fire trick, right? The one Mr. Reyes was supposed to do. That's right. It was a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it. It was in the script, and I really wanted to see it, but I couldn't because of the accident. Shut up, you're gonna give it away! Anyway, I was real busy. Yeah, way too busy to have the chance to kill Mr. Reyes.
Well, that was certainly different.
How's that for a flawless testimony alibi? Our magic is real, it's not a trick or a gimmick.
Oh my, she's floating! Your Honor? See, she's being held up from below.
You're supposed to pretend you didn't see that. It's a little something called etiquette.
But I can't help it. Whenever I see a contradiction or inconsistency, I just have to point it out. Now then, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
What happened on the stage? To make sure we're prepared for it, huh? Hold it!
You were taking every necessary precaution, is that right?
Of course, every precaution. After all, it's a very dangerous trick that uses real fire. I mean, we had to be ready in case the curtain caught on fire or something, right? By the time people realize it wasn't part of the act, it might be too late, huh?
But people, you mean Athena Sykes and yes. Wow, a fire trick. That sounds really impressive.
Your beard would go up in smoke, old man. I bet people mistake you for a cue ball or something without it.
A cue ball?
Betty, don't be rude to the judge. Betty, you know that fire trick? It was in the script. I really wanted to see it, but I couldn't because of the accident.
Hold it! I see the fire trick was a part of the script. It seems Mr. Reyes was scheduled to perform it later in the show. Did you not get to see him practice it beforehand?
No, during rehearsal he said he didn't feel well, so he couldn't breathe any fire from me.
Wait, let me get this straight. He couldn't breathe fire because he wasn't feeling well?
My magical powers appear to be on the wane today. That's what he said.
So it was just a part of his usual the great Mr. Reyes shtick.
It's really too bad I didn't get to feel the trick because of the incident. Which was completely unexpected, of course. Hey! Shut up, you're gonna give it away.
Hold it. So what exactly do you mean by you're gonna give it away?
Have you not been watching? If you stepped away, I can understand, but if you've been watching and you still don't get it, I can't help you, Cassandra. They're twins. Two people. There's the foul-mouthed, vile one, and then there's the sweet, innocent one. See, Bonnie, you and your big mouth. Now, last boy wants to know what we're talking about. I'm sorry.
Yes, well, if you were preparing for the next magic trick, I'm sure you wouldn't have had the time to commit murder.
Wow, looks like the old geezer hasn't seen how just yet, huh? I bet you'll live a good long life.
Ho ho ho! Plan to be sitting up here for at least another 10 years.
10 more years? I don't know about that.
What did we discuss about inner monologues, Athena?
Well, more power to you, I guess. In any case, I was so busy I didn't have time to off anybody. And to make sure we were prepared for it.
Hold it!
Whoops. Do. Bucket used to be gazed on fire. It not only was it empty, but dust lines the inside of the pail.
Objection! I hate to break this to you, Betty, but there's a big flaw in your testimony. As big as the one in that floating trick you did earlier.
Ooh, harsh words. Let me tell you something, forehead boy. No one has ever figured out how we do our teleportation trick.
No one except me, you mean?
Well, we have even better tricks up our sleeve. Huh? We do? I told you to keep it zipped.
Now, don't fight, you two. Mr. Justice, what's this about a flaw in the testimony? The script has to say this about the fire trick. This will be dangerous. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. However, we found the fire bucket lying empty backstage except for a layer of dust. Plunk. You didn't even attempt to get ready for the next trick, did you, Betty?
You got me. Ugh.
Betty the Femme, you will explain yourself.
Nah. There's nothing to explain. Come on, Betty, we can't hide it any longer. Might as well tell them. Shut up! You can barely take care of yourself. Don't try and tell me what to do.
Well, if neither of you will explain, I guess I'll have to. The reason Betty didn't prepare for the fire trick is because she was slacking off. You missed some. Whoops.
Hold it!
Whoops. Because the show wouldn't go on. Or she knew the show wouldn't go on.
Just went on autopilot there. You didn't prepare for the fire trick because you knew, didn't you? You knew that the body would be found and that the show would be cancelled.
Don't be ridiculous, you insignificant speck of a man. I'm gonna yank those lame's bangs off of. Is that what you want, huh?
Objection!
Objection! Whatever, they can go back. Now stop stalling and just tell us the truth already.
Yeah. I can't reveal my secrets, I'm a magician.
Objection!
You have been chasing the shadow of an illusory culprit defense. And having chanced upon a convenient target, you have let yourself get carried away. Exactly. Where's your proof, huh? And yet, I can see that the witness's taste for false words have also been proven. I advise you to confine your deceitful trickery for your magic act, witness. Deceitful trickery. Objection. As your court-appointed therapist, I'd like you to add something here, Betty. You finally let yourself be who you really are. But if you continue to hide behind lies, you'll be imprisoning your heart all over again. Ha! But all these questions mean you're trying to put me in prison for real. So I'll be behind bars either way.
Does that mean you admitting your guilt?
Of course not. I can't believe you people. Every one of you thinks I did something I didn't. You... Lobster boy, cue ball geezer, head case brat, Cerberus monk.
Ball geezer.
Head case brat, really? Hold it. Betty, calm down. Come on now, deep breaths. Deep breaths. Look, I'm not the murderer, I tell you.
How did you know the show would be called off before the fire trick?
I told you, we can't reveal our secrets. We're under contract.
Contract? What is she talking about? Be that as it may, you're obviously a suspect in this case. Objection.
I'm beginning to see the karmic threads that make up this intrepid tapestry that is this case.
Huh?
Allow me to summarize your assertions, defense. First, the victim was killed in the understage passage. And second, that the witness and the accused are the only two who could have done it.
Exactly. What's more, Betty knew that the body would be found, and that the magic show would then be called off. Therefore, it's reasonable to conclude that Betty killed the victim under stage.
But what if Betty knew that the show would be called off for some other reason?
Like what?
In the course of my investigation, that was weird. I found it strange that the dragon set piece fell when it did. That, in conjunction with the body tumbling from the coffin in such dramatic fashion. All seemed too perfect for mere happenstance. It was as though the entire chain of events had been planned out in advance. Explain nothing, Cassandra. I'm already getting an explanation, thank you.
Planned out.
After deciding to take this case, I scrupulously studied everything I could about the mass media in this country. I read the newspaper, old news reports, I even browsed tabloid magazines.
How very industrious of you.
During this process, I learned about a strange practice favored by the TV world. A practice called the hidden camera prank. Betty and Bonnie, you knew about this, did you not? About the dead body appearing, the set piece falling, the show being suspended. You two were informed of this plan by Take-Two TV in advance, correct?
Is that true?
Betty, please, let's tell him now. I can't hold it in anymore. Dang it, fine, you got us. Everything the prosecutor said is true. The TV station paid us to cooperate with them on this plan. It was all a prank, a big setup planned out in advance. Mr. Reyes showing up dead in the coffin. The set piece falling down. It was all completely scripted.
It was all a prank? Bonnie, is this really true?
Yes, Mr. Reyes was supposed to pretend to be dead. That's how it was supposed to go.
So he was in on it too?
That's right. That's right. He was supposed to show up dead in the coffin, and all the set piece, and then the set piece would fall down. Trucy would be shocked and start to panic. That's how the prank script went.
What? What the heck kind of prank is that?
But we never thought he'd actually wind up dead. Yeah, that was the only thing that was different from the script. Poor Mr. Reyes.
I'm completely lost right now. Well, Betty and Bonnie, it certainly sounds like you have some explaining to do.
Alright. I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. Just this once we'll share how it was done with you. So listen carefully. You'll never hear this kind of thing anywhere else. Alright. Let me step out again real quick. I'll be right back. And then we'll continue on with the case. Okay. After a teleportation trick, I went down under stage. When Mr. Reyes' body appeared from the coffin on the stage, it was time for Betty to do her job in the understage passage. It was time. Yeah, that's right. I used the remote control for the winch connected to the dragon set piece. It made it fall down. And just before the dragon fell, I called Trucy to the backstage so she wouldn't get hurt. After that, the plan was for Mr. Reyes to come back to life in front of a panicked Trucy. He was supposed to laugh and fly up and away. That was how it was scripted anyway. For some reason, he really did turn up dead, so he just kind of stayed on the ground.
What kind of sick joke is that? Sounds like a terribly mean-spirited prank to me. Poor defendant was trying to do her magic show.
Guess so. I'm sorry, Trucy. Huh, whatever. It was all the rating Raj's idea anyway. Yeah, that's not happening yet there, Cassandra. Trying to remember. We still have a little bit to go. Yeah, it sounds like just the kind of thing a guy like him would come up with. It's the prank script. This is the prank plan script we got from the rating Raja. Dang it, you made us break our contract. Now we won't get paid. Here in the supposedly empty coffin, which should cause a big ruckus after capturing a bit of Trucy's reaction on film, Mr. Reyes would come to life, laughing and flying up in the air, causing another round of surprise.
But where did this all leave us? Where does this all leave us? Who killed the victim and when?
Yes, exactly. Those are the key questions. Mr. Reyes was only pretending to be dead in the coffin as part of the prank. And when he was under stage, there would be still life within him. And if that is the case, then Betty, who is also under stage, may be excluded from our list of suspects. Witness, was the victim alive up until he entered the coffin? Oh, well, now that we've spilled the beans, might as well show you this video. Greetings, viewers. It is I, the great Mr. Reyes. We're currently in the middle of Trucy's escape trick. Having stuck through the understage passage undetected, I am now hiding backstage, preparing to play a little prank on Trucy. I'm about to hide in the coffin, which Trucy will stab with her rubber sword. And when the coffin opens, oh, I will be in it acting as though I've met my maker. Can you imagine the look on Trucy's face then? Oh, I can hardly wait. He's about to hide in the coffin? It would seem the threads of karmic destiny have led us to the truth. The victim passed through the understage where Betty the Femme was, and came up into the backstage area. Yes, the real killer is still out there. This is what happens when you jump the gun, Cassandra. Like, I understand where you're coming from, but suspecting everybody that goes up on the witness stand is not going to help. I'm speaking as a basically Phoenix Wright veteran at this point. It also helps that I know who the actual killer is, but, you know, let's ignore that part. We know this because Mr. Reyes appeared to be backstage when he shot the video we saw.
It appears that way, yes.
And defense, you proposed the following, did you not? What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? But then, what about this video? This footage was taken just before Mr. Reyes entered the coffin.
Oh, so does that mean...
Yes, it is horrible but true. The tragedy did indeed play out right there on the stage. When into the coffin where Mr. Reyes was hiding, Trucy Wright thrust her blade. See, told you so.
So you're saying the incident was a tragic accident that happened during a prank?
It would have been an accident if the accused had no knowledge of the prank beforehand. So let us ask the accused herself. Miss Wright, did you have prior knowledge of the prank? What? I...
Tell him, Trucy, you didn't know anything about it, right?
Of course I didn't. I didn't know a single thing about it.
Objection.
Objection. Still think you can play innocent, do you? In that case, you leave me little choice but to present this piece of evidence.
Looks like some sort of note.
Why are they freaking out? That's... I found this note in the dressing room after the incident. At the time, I did not understand what it meant, but it is all clear to me now. What's this? Let's see. Get the video camera out after Mr. Reyes, or get the video camera after Mr. Reyes comes tumbling out. The note's signed by the accused. You can think what you want there, Cassandra. I am basically obligated not to say anything because I know how this case ends. So I'm not allowed to give you any information. Instructing Bonnie to collect Mr. Reyes' video camera from him, it seems. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. I found it in the dressing room before the show. When I saw it, I realized Trucy knew about the prank.
It does bear a signature, I'll give you that much. The defendant had prior knowledge of the prank.
It would appear so, yes. When she learned about the plan to trick her, she decided to use it to her own advantage. So she thrust the steel sword into the coffin where the victim stood chuckling to himself. Is that not what happened, Miss Wright? Of course not, and I didn't write or sign that note. But the handwriting matches yours. All of the evidence and testimony points to you being the culprit. But I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Then explain the existence of this note. You can do that, can you not? I can't explain it. I didn't write it, so I don't understand. I didn't kill Mr. Reyes. You have to believe me.
Silence is deafening.
Continue struggling against the threads of your own karma if you wish, accused. Even as you are inescapably caught in the web of fate you've spun for yourself. Miss Wright. It is time to resign yourself to your fate. No, I didn't do it. But I didn't do it. I really didn't. Why doesn't anybody believe me?
Shut up, you killer! We won't fall for that anymore! This is bad.
Your Honor, I suggest we put an end to this tragedy now. Give your official ruling and let us offer the victim's soul the last rites it deserves.
Very well. I suppose I have no other choice. This court hereby finds the defendant, Trucy Wright. Objection! The defense has an objection.
Apollo!
You, even now you would... I won't give up, and I refuse to let either of them down. Mr. Wright, who is counting on me, and Trucy, who's put all of her faith in me. Mr. Justice, the fact that you have raised an objection means that you have evidence with which to refute the prosecution's claims, correct? Yes, of course, Your Honor.
Do we really have anything, Apollo?
Actually, we do. There's one piece of evidence we can present here. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may proceed. As we saw in the show footage, there's no question the defendant thrust his sword into the coffin. Defense doesn't dispute this point. But let us not forget that this was a magic show filled with tricks and illusions. We can't take everything we see at face value. So you're saying some sleight of hand was somehow involved? Yes, the defendant contends that the sword the defendant used was not the cause of death. What was it Trucy just told me she did before she thrust the sword into the coffin? Very well. To see your evidence then, Mr. Justice. But remember, you interrupted my verdict to make this claim. Will be severely penalized if you are bluffing.
That's fine, Your Honor.
It shows that it's possible that the sword Miss Wright used was not the cause of death.
Okay. You will not.
Take that! What's this? A sword from the show?
That's right, Your Honor. The rubber sword was in the sword stand under stage. During the trick, Miss Wright was supposed to swap the real sword for a rubber sword. She shows on record that she remembers very clearly that she did.
I see. So the sword the defendant thrust in the coffin was a rubber sword, was it? But then why was a steel sword found lying on the stage?
Somebody must have put the steel sword there by swapping it with the rubber one. Just after the incident occurred, the dragon set piece fell and the theater was evacuated. The real culprit must have used the resulting chaos to swap the rubber sword for the steel one.
Objection!
Do you not know when to give up, stinkbug? That is not possible! Blood was found in the coffin hole that the sword was thrust into. It must have been left there when the accused withdrew the sword. That is incontrovertible proof that the sword she used was a steel one. Objection! That blood could be the result of someone tampering with the crime scene after the fact. So the set piece fell and the audience was cleared out of the theater. There was plenty of time for somebody to plant that blood there. Objection! If the sword the accused used was a rubber one, then when exactly do you propose the victim was killed? Given that Mr. Reyes was alive when he entered that coffin. Objection! Finding the answer to that question is precisely why we need to continue this trial.
Let me express my opinion. By all accounts, it is certainly reasonable to suspect the defendant based on the evidence. But as to the question of whether the sword the defendant used was rubber or steel, I believe further discussion is warranted. I suggest we hear from the defendant herself on this issue.
Very well, Your Honor. I saved it, somehow. Too close for comfort, but still.
Let's adjourn for a brief 15-minute recess. I advise the prosecution and defense to use this time to prepare.
God damn it. April 28th, District Court. Defendant lobby number 3. That was Harry. Tell me about it. We barely made it through the skin of my teeth. Can't say I'm crazed about that prosecutor sub body either. You know, the way with the way he says let it go and move on as if it's nothing. Let it go and move on, huh? Got your next evil scheme in the works already. What do you want? Huh. Keep banking that face, champ, and everyone's gonna change the channel. Just wait, Trucy. Now smile for the camera. I see those pearly whites. Isn't that what the Graham Creed tells you to do? How does it feel, Trucy? Everybody online can't stop talking about you. They're calling you a real witch out there. Could this be the end of Troop Graham Marie? Go away, you creep! Oh, what's this? Something just charged into frame. Looks like a yellow gorilla or something. Could be Trucy's pet. Filming's prohibited inside the courtroom. Do you want me to get the bailiff? Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me. Huh? What happened to the camera? Just disappeared right before our very eyes. I'll be enjoying the rest of the Trucy show from the gallery. I put out a call for Trucy's fans to come and support her, by the way. I bet I'll get some great footage out of them. It's gonna be good. Hang loose, baby. You called in some of Trucy's fans, but for what purpose? Paulo? I think Mr. Ritins did. That was some high-level sleight of hand. Huh? Why would he know how to do something like that? I don't know, but he definitely has some serious magic skills. No way, but I thought he said magicians were a bunch of good-for-nothings. Oh, hello, Bonnie. Can I help you with something? Well, there's something that's been bothering me. Really? What is it? Well, you see... Hey, dummy, what are you whispering to the lobster boy about? Betty? Who the heck do you think you are? Are you crazy? You want a piece of this? You know you have to talk to me before you do or say anything, you harebrain. Beep! But, shut your mouth, you dumb bunny. Come with me now! I wonder what was bothering her. There's no way we're finding that out with Betty constantly hovering over her like that. We're about to reconvene. You'll be alright, so that's fine. Yes, it's just... I wonder what Mr. Ritins has up his sleeve. I doubt he's bringing in actual fans. Yeah. Oh, man.
Probably not. I wonder what he has up his sleeve, too. Better not be trying to get under Trucy's skin right now of all times. You're Trucy Wright and you'll be fine!
Oh. You guys Apollo with his best trick.
That's right. Whenever I'm feeling down, I always tell myself I'm fine.
Alright, I'll give it a try. I'm Trucy Wright, and I'm fine. Thanks, Polly. I think you can do this now.
Atta girl. Good luck up there on the stand. You'll do great.
Thanks, I'll be fine. I can do this.
Right, Justice, you can do this too. Time to focus on the rest of the trial.
April 28th, District Court, Courtroom number 6.
Court is now back in session. The defendant, please step up to the witness stand.
Trucy Wright, magician.
Order. The gallery will be quiet or I will have you all thrown out on the spot. What's with all the hecklers?
I bet they're the fans Mr. Ratin's invited.
What a grade A jerk. Well, he's not going to psych us out. Now then, Miss Wright. This court would like to know if you switched from the steel sword to rubber one on stage. So please testify about this issue. Silence, all of you! I won't tell you again! Miss Wright, do you feel able to testify?
Yes, I'm fine, Your Honor.
Trucy, no, I shouldn't have let her go through with this.
I'd like to make a small request. How about, instead of testifying with words, I show you exactly what happened. Would that be alright, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourselves.
In spite of everything, she's still smiling.
Trucy is amazing, isn't she?
Sure is. She's doing just fine up there. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. She's faithfully following the Troop Grand Marie Creed even now. She really is something else.
It's showtime for magical girl Trucy Wright. Watch carefully now, everybody. Do.
Alright.
Ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention on this sword. Allow me to demonstrate just how sharp this blade truly is. See that? No tricks or gimmicks. A very sharp sword indeed. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take the sword and... Presto, sordo. There, I've switched it. And now... Hup. As you can see, the blade is not steel, but rubber.
But... bravo, Miss Wright! Completely turned the room around.
Others are being drowned out by all the cheering.
Where did the steel sword vanish off to, Miss Wright? In order to deepen our understanding of the case, please tell us if you would. I'm not asking out of mere curiosity, just so you know.
I usually hide the steel sword backstage when I switch them during the show.
When you thrust the rubber sword into the coffin, The steel sword wasn't even on stage, but hiding behind the curtain.
Exactly. So you see, there is a trick and a gimmick to it after all. As for where the steel sword went when I performed the trick just now, it's a secret. Wouldn't want to spoil the magic for you, now would I?
Ho ho ho!
That's our Trucy.
Still. Mr. Wright, the part where you spun around, that's an actual part of the sword switching trick you do for the show, right?
Right. The other parts, like the apple, were just to help with my explanation here in court.
That's funny. I think I found an inconsistency in her testimony. And it looks like I'm not the only one. I don't know what it's doing there, but now that I've found it, I have to get to the bottom of it. Now then, Mr. Justice, you may go ahead and question the witness, but try not to ask dumb questions to spoil that wondrous magic. I thought this was supposed to be my cross-examination.
Yeah, I know. And just to help with the explanation, let's watch the footage again. Right here. So Mr. Hat goes up. She has the sword, right? So she does the ending of the spin, but she doesn't do the beginning. Sorry, Trucy. Objection! That's right. There's something I'd like to confirm with you.
What is it, Apollo?
There seems to be a discrepancy between the way you performed the trick for her just now and the way it appears in the show footage.
What? But that can't be. I performed it exactly the same way both times.
What's going on here? That's right. I have the show footage right here. And the part where you twirl your cape around is missing from it.
What? But I did it!
So, it really is the exact moment you switched swords.
Yes, that's right.
Knew it! Well, I certainly never expected the defense to expose the accused lie for me. Mr. Justice, does this mean that you are arguing the defendant did not swap the swords during the actual magic show? No, Your Honor, that wasn't my intention.
I mean, I did swap them. I know I did. I'm absolutely sure of it.
Objection. Human memory is unreliable at best, but in this case, I'm afraid that is the witness herself who cannot be trusted. We can see the footage for ourselves. The claims of this witness are false. But now that it has been proven that the accused did not swap swords, it means that the use of the steel sword to pierce the coffin was wholly intentional. And by the way, was it not you, Mr. Justice, who argued that Mr. Reyes' death was not an accident but murder? I assume you have no objections to that still. It was, after all, your own assertion. The defense,
Objection! The defense has an objection to you, Mr. Apollo Justice, and demand you withdraw the discrepancy you pointed out now.
But there is a discrepancy and it must mean something, I'm sure of it. Would the defense team kindly save their spats until after court is adjourned? Now, after all this debate, it seems we come back around to the original arguments. The defendant knew about the prank plan that would place the victim inside the coffin. What's more, the defendant did not perform the sword-switching trick on stage. Through her actions, I'm afraid I have come to see the true intentions of the accused. Her murderous intentions. Such a shame.
But I did switch swords, I swear.
You're knee-deep in it now, Justice.
Excuse me?
Let's see, you are... Which one again? Vinny? No, that's not right. Bonnie?
It's Bonnie. You are mixing the two names together, Your Honor.
Oh, pardon me. Do you have something you wish to say, Bonnie?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to testify.
About what?
The more I think about it, the less possible it seems. I don't believe Trucy killed Mr. Reyes.
Bonnie?
Hold it! Hey, what's the big idea? This is an incredibly gifted and talented magician. Would never commit. Oh, such a
Oh God.
gifted, incredibly talented magician. Would never commit murder. I refuse to believe it. What are you talking about, you harebrained hair? Keep your trap shut. I got a bag of baby carrots for you, so chew on those and pipe down. No, I won't be quiet. What's the matter with you? Didn't you hear me? Trucy said something to me once. Huh? She said, no matter how scared you get, no matter how mean people are to you, you can't give up excuse me. You can't give in or give up. That's what being a professional magician is all about. Isn't that right, Trucy? That's right, Bonnie. I've always been afraid to stand up to Betty, afraid to defy her, so I did what she said. But when I saw Trucy today, she gave me strength. I'd like to make a small request. How about instead of testifying with words, I tell you exactly what happened. Would that be alright, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourselves. Seeing her courage, the way she kept smiling despite everything, she's just incredible. So I'm not going to run away. I'm scared, but for once, I'm going to be brave. What have you done to my sister, Trucy, Wright? You practically brainwashed her. It's the power of Trucy's conviction. That's what it is. It's touched Bonnie's heart.
Yeah, Trucy really is one magical girl. Bonnie, is the topic of your testimony related to that thing that was bothering you? The thing you tried to tell us about in the lobby during the recess.
Yes, ever since I saw the show footage, something's been nagging at me. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but something is off. I feel like something about it is different from what I saw on the stage.
What do you mean by that, Bonnie?
I wonder if what was shown on TV is really the same thing as what happened on stage.
Objection!
Of course it is. The show has only been performed once, after all. It can't show anything other than what happened on that stage yesterday.
Objection! Objection! Bonnie's testimony deserves our attention. We have to examine the show footage. But what can we check it against? Do you have some other footage of the show?
Well, I have some show footage.
You do?
One of the TV station's cameramen said he was a fan of mine. He kept his camera on me throughout this entire show. And then afterwards, he gave me the footage he shot as a present.
He did?
To tell you the truth, I thought it was kinda creepy, but so I was going to get rid of it.
Hold it! But please submit that footage to the court. Now then, let's take a look at this new footage.
Creepy.
What was that? Wow. Okay then. Really did keep his camera on Bonnie the whole time, didn't he?
I think this cameraman needs to keep his personal feelings out of his work.
Well, defense, do you still believe this new show footage is worth inspecting?
Of course I do.
Okay, so how are we going to go about this?
I did see something, Cassandra, yes.
Try comparing the two. We might find an inconsistency between them.
An inconsistency, huh?
Yes, the two pieces of footage are the same scene, so they should match up. Bonnie felt there was something off about the original footage. So we can pick out what's different between the two.
We'll know what Bonnie found strange.
Exactly. Plus, we may figure out why the original show doesn't show the sword-switching trick. Your Honor, the defense would like to compare these two pieces of show footage. Very well, I will allow it.
What a waste of time. Apollo, do you know how to compare the two pieces of footage?
No, I've never done it before.
I'll give you a little lesson then. Use the buttons on the bottom screen to operate the playback. When you want to speed through, touch the fast forward button. And if you want to go back, touch the rewind button. If you want to halt the playback, you can touch the pause button. Oh, and by the way, if you fast forward or rewind when the playback is paused, you can do a slow frame-by-frame playback.
Okay, and so how do I switch between the two videos?
Just touch the switch camera button at the top left. Now if you find a difference between the two pieces of footage, put the cursor over what's different and present it to the court.
Thanks, Athena. You really know your stuff.
Not really, I just gave it some gusto and then went with my gut on most of it.
What? Sure hope she guessed right. Anyway, let's give it a try.
Right there.
Got it.
Oh, take that. Fuck you.
This is it right here. Take a good look at the scene and compare it to the video shot from the front. Oh, the playing cards don't appear in the video shot from the front.
Hey, you're right. What's going on here?
That's right. What can you tell us about these playing cards?
Oh, those? They're the cards I throw when I do the sword switching trick.
What? Mr. Justice, does this mean... It means the sword switching trick was cut from the TV show footage.
So the footage was edited.
Yes, with malicious intent.
That is absurd.
Well, we must get to the bottom of this right away. Bailiff, the TV station might still have the unedited footage. Go see what you can find out.
Yes, Your Honor! Hold it. Hold it. I know how to fucking do that.
It's you!
Now hold up, Your Honor. This is all just a big misunderstanding, believe you me. I lost his voice, hold on. Now hold up, Your Honor. This is all just a big understanding, believe you me. Give a guy a chance to defend himself before you start pointing fingers.
And who might you be?
Right. Sorry about that. Got ahead of myself there. Here's my business card. Charmed to make your acquaintance, Your Honor.
Oh, well, how very polite of you.
It's lovely to meet you too, Prosecutor Somebody. Please take my card. Business card? Ah yes, I read about this in custom among businessmen in this country. I've even familiarized myself with the various replies. How do you do, good sir? Or, what's crack-a-lackin', homie? For example, oh my god.
Oh, you're from Take-Two TV, are you, witness? Come to think of it, I believe I've seen you on television before.
Yes, Roger Ratins, otherwise known as the Ratings Raja. He's a TV producer and appears on many of his own shows of late. He is best known for his catchphrase, "Hang loose, baby."
Oh my, so you're the Ratings Raja?
Hang loose, Judge baby. Nice courtroom you got here.
Never thought I'd get to meet you in person. Prosecutor Somebody, how do you know so much about him?
In preparation for the case, I watched all of his shows. I found the Rating Raja Goes to Burger Barn of particular interest. Inspired me to visit that restaurant straight away to learn more about the local cuisine.
What? You went to Burger Barn? Who would have thought?
You must really want to try it, huh, buddy? 'Cause that line, whew. Compared to my aesthetic trading, an hour's wait is nothing. I recommend the Western burger with jalapeno jack cheese, by the way. Sounds delicious, honestly. I'm having a really hard time picturing him in line for burgers.
Prosecutor Somebody's unexpected enthusiasm for food aside, Mr. Ratins, what is this misunderstanding you mentioned?
Well, for starters, it's true that the footage was edited. You'll get your hands on this anyway, so I might as well show you the unedited footage. It's a pretty long video, so I'll just show you the part with the playing cards. You can see the cards when Trucy spins around, so keep your eyes peeled. Did you see the part that was cut where Trucy switched swords? She spins around and playing cards go flying. Everything's like it's supposed to be.
Then it seems the defendant really did swap swords during the trick.
Which means the sword Miss Wright thrust in the coffin was probably the rubber one.
In other words, Miss Wright couldn't have killed Mr. Reyes.
Hold it. Yeah, see, that's the first misunderstanding right there.
What do you mean?
Well, Trucy definitely did swap swords, as you saw. So yeah, maybe she didn't kill Mr. Reyes when she stabbed the coffin. But that just means he was killed after he showed up pretending to be a corpse.
So you're saying that up until that point, everything was going according to the script? If that's true, then when and how do you think he was killed?
It was after the dragon set piece came crashing down. I say Trucy murdered Mr. Wright, fucking goddammit, murdered Mr. Reyes when she was hidden from view behind the set piece. She could have easily done it behind that huge dragon, and nobody'd be the wiser. I see. Indeed, there is a ring of truth to your assertion. You bet. Plus, there's a suspicious-looking shadow in the footage, too. It's towards the end of the footage, just before the dragon is stage. It might be easier to just see it for yourselves. It's only for a split second, so it's hard to catch, but look here. The suspicious shadow must be Trucy. She's using the steel sword she hid behind the curtain during the trick to kill the victim. What?
Now that you mention it, I suppose it does look that way. Objection!
This witness is just trying to ram his theory down our throats, Your Honor. And that's not all. Aren't we forgetting that the witness willfully edited the sword switch out of the footage? Hold it. You see, there's your second misunderstanding right there. Your Honor, would you mind if I testified about it? I've seen people testify on TV, and I've always wanted to give it a shot.
That would be fine with me. Prosecutor Samari?
This is quite unexpected. It threatens to disrupt the comic course of this case. Hey, lighten up, pretty boy. You're gonna like what I've got to say, promise. Very well, however. If you do anything to impede the last rites for the victim, I will have you removed.
Alright, with Prosecutor Samari's permission, please give us your testimony, Mr. Ratins.
Roger Ratins, the ratings are Roger. Now, Kaiser at the courtroom. Taking over the floor, so listen up, loyal viewers. It wasn't deliberate, I tell you. The footage is meant to be edited, I tell you. Scenes are spliced together, and long or boring scenes are cut out. All the stations edit footage this way. It wasn't like it was done maliciously or something. It was just a coincidence that particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional. Or what? You got some proof that I had an ulterior motive for editing that footage? Oh, you challenged me! You challenged me, Roger!
I see, so you're saying it was a coincidence that the sword swapping scene was cut out?
That's right. Glad you got the picture.
Objection!
Objection!
Coincidence? It's just a little too convenient if you ask me. Ooh, an objection. How cool. I'm sure it packs a lot more punch when you hear it live. Do that again. I want to get another shot from a different angle.
My objection is not for your entertainment.
And cut. There. I've got some good stuff there.
Mr. Ratins, filming is prohibited inside the courtroom.
Whoops. My bad, Judge.
If the defense has an issue, it can point it out during its cross-examination.
What, you got some proof I had an ulterior motive for editing that footage? Yes, actually. You son of a bitch.
Objection!
Yeah, I kind of figured it was a little too early.
Hold it! What other scenes did you cut from the footage?
Huh? Oh, no others, I guess.
You mean you only edited out the sword-switching trick scene and nothing else? Don't you think it's a little too much of a stretch to claim that as a mere coincidence? Objection!
No matter how artificial you find the affair, stranger things have happened on their own. That is, unless you have something with which to prove otherwise, defense.
Well,
if you have a valid criticism of Mr. Ratins' testimony, please feel free to counter with evidence. Well, Apollo?
It would sure make things easier if we had some.
I think the defense team needs to be edited out of this trial. That's what they need. I'll have to clean up this footage later.
He isn't really gonna put this on TV, is he?
Trying to prove malicious intent is...
Trying to prove malicious intent is tough. All he has to do is say it was all coincidence.
We'll need to find some kind of foothold if we want to make any progress.
True. But this guy doesn't seem like the type to slip up. So I have to get information out of him bit by bit.
So, press him for all he's worth. Got it. Footage is meant to be edited, I tell you.
Hold it! Really? I've never heard of anybody say that.
It's common knowledge in the TV world. Ugh. You got any idea what a snooze cruise it'd be to watch a magic show without editing? A magic show like that one, anyway.
It was ice cold.
Anyway, editing is what makes TV worth watching. These are spliced together, and longer is boring since these are cut out.
Hold it! Are you saying you thought there would be boring scenes in Miss Wright's magic show?
You gotta ask? That script and presentation deserves a place on the cutting room floor. Broadcasting that mess as is would have been a complete disaster. That's why I had to edit the footage. It's just what a TV man does.
What didn't you like about the show exactly?
The whole thing. It was a major snooze fest. Maybe common folk like you don't get it. But a show's only as good as how loud, flashy, and trashy it is. I admit, it's not completely wrong. Spectacle does make a show better. To a point. As long as it's not overdone. It puts me in a very difficult position as a theater major to outright debate that. But at the same time, the flash and the tricks and everything only work if the script and the actors do their job as well. Like it acts as a as kind of a support. It kind of boosts up what's already on there rather than completely replace the show with all of these effects. So the show needs to be good in itself in order for the effects to amplify it.
It was plenty loud and flashy on its own. All you did was add the trash.
Suppose each industry has its own way of doing things. Just as we in the legal profession focus exclusively on evidence and testimony. Exactly. Whether it's showbiz or the legal biz, we do what we gotta do to get the job done. Anyway, editing footage is just a matter of course in the TV industry. All the stations edit the footage this way. It wasn't like it was done maliciously or something.
Hold it. It wasn't done maliciously, huh? But I get the distinct impression that you bear feelings of ill will towards Troop Gramarye.
Huh? What makes you think that?
The things that you yourself have said.
You'll see. I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark heart behind that sweet smile. I'll prove those Gramarye magicians are a bunch of lowlifes.
And I also get the impression that you felt this way for a long time.
Objection. Words such as those can be interpreted in many different ways. For example, though I bear the defense no ill will, I would not hesitate to say that he's a good-for-nothing lout of a lawyer.
You bear me no ill will? Could have fooled me.
And yet, it is the truth. I'm only strict on you as it seems you have strayed from the path.
If you have any objections, Mr. Justice, please make your case with evidence in the future. Superintendent, please continue your testimony.
It was just a coincidence that particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional.
Hold it! Of all the scenes you could have cut, why the sword switching trick? It seemed like too much of a coincidence to me.
Oh, so now you're gonna tell me how I'm supposed to edit my programs, big shot. It's not being the boss, kid. You gotta make the tough choices, like which content gets cut.
So let me ask you this, why exactly did you make such a tough choice in this case?
Yeah, you go fuck yourself. as somebody who deals with that in a more minor way, I understand the tough choices. I can tell you that if I was editing that footage, that sword switching bit was not something that would get cut. That's kind of important. Yeah, I don't like him either, Cassandra. On that, we can agree. You know, you wouldn't understand, champ. It's all about artistic vision. I tell you, when people ask you people tell you how to do your job when they don't know the first thing about it. I not know TV, but I know evidence law, and boy do I have some for you, champ. Might not be able to show you that your selective editing was intentional. However, I know you bear the defendant ill will, and this is the evidence that proves it. Take that! Once again, throwing it so I can get my badges back. I don't know why I'm having such a tough time with this case. I think it's because there are multiple pieces of evidence that could apply. This is the contract. Can I finally use that? Take that! No? There are so many fucking pieces of evidence that can be used in this. Is it just the... It's just the show footage? Am I overthinking this? Give it a shot. Take that! Nothing's really jumping out at me.
What do we do in a situation like this?
Press the heck out of the witness.
Great. Once again, no help from Athena. Come on, you stupid thing. Come on, you stupid. I thought I presented the clipboard. Did I not present the clipboard? Oh, god damn it, I presented it on the wrong statement. Fucking god damn it. That was dumb. That was really dumb. Give me a second here. I'm not taking that. I'm fucking getting my badges back. That was really dumb. I was under the impression that I already presented the fucking clipboard. Alright, that was a stupid brain thing on my part.
Hold it!
Take that!
Huh? What's that you got there?
It's the contract you had Miss Wright sign just before the magic show. It's a contract between the first party, Take-Two TV, and the second party Miss Wright reads. If through the fault of this second party, the show must be cancelled in part or in full, the second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party. $3 million? That's a completely unreasonable sum. I couldn't agree more. And of course, Miss Wright doesn't have that kind of money. Nevertheless, Roger pretends had her sign this unreasonable contract anyway. Or more accurately, he conned her into signing it. Conned her? How did he do that? There's a trick to the clipboard that was used by Miss Wright to sign her contract. It houses carbon paper that can secretly copy her signature onto other documents.
Oh, come on now. That's quite a nasty accusation you're slinging my way. For starters, you don't have any proof I had anything to do with that carbon paper stuff. Just because Trucy and her agency can't pay up, that doesn't mean I conned her.
But $3 million? It's totally out of reach for the average person. In any case, this is important new information. Please add it to your testimony, Mr. Rettens.
Where's your proof linking me to that tricked out clipboard? You don't have any, do you? It's kind of a stretch, but...
Objection! You must be quite the con man if you could fool a magician with a simple trick. But if you think you can con a lawyer, you're very much mistaken.
Hey kid, would you kill it to enunciate in front of the camera? You know, like a newscaster.
I'd like you to take a look at Miss Wright's signature here on this note. Now let's compare that signature to the one here on the contract. Well, would you look at that? They're exactly the same. That's right, Your Honor. Not just similar, but exactly the same. Nobody can sign their name in exactly the same way twice, unless it's a copy. Your signatures are proof positive that you conned Miss Wright. And they definitely prove your malicious intent.
Hey, not bad, lawyer guy. Didn't know you had it in you. This is really getting interesting now. It'll get great ratings for sure.
Don't try to dodge the issue, Mr. Rettens. The fact that you bear ill will against my client. So the show footage was definitely edited with malicious intentions, isn't that right? Objection. What a forced argument, defense. What you have really proven is not his ill will towards Miss Wright, but his pecuniary greed.
That's right, I just wanted money, baby. Fast sex cheddar, that's all. After all, I never even crossed paths with Trucy before this magic show. So I have absolutely no reason to bear her any ill will, right?
You didn't bear her any ill will, huh? Huh, fat chance. This guy definitely has some major hate for Trucy.
You'll see. I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark heart behind that sweet smile. No, Cassandra, the thing is, like, I knew in my head what the actual solution was. It's just that I presented it on the wrong piece of evidence and then thought to myself, oh, well, the clipboard doesn't work for this argument, so I'm not even going to try it. That was completely on me.
Can't prove it with anything, but all the things he said point to that fact. There's something between the two of them that gave birth to this grudge. Some sort of connection that not even Trucy is aware of. Your Honor, I'd like to argue that Roger Rettens and Trucy Wright must have crossed paths before. There must be some hidden connection between them. Hidden
Connection? What is it now?
So what are you getting at, Mr. Justice?
It's futile to even ask, Your Honor. Surely it is just another one of the defense's feckless claims.
Objection! You don't seem to have a very high opinion of me, but once you hear my argument, you'll wish you'd taken me a whole lot more seriously.
Will I really? Very well then, to proceed. Did you figure something out, Apollo?
Nope, not a thing.
What?
That was just some good old-fashioned bluffing, courtesy of Mr. Wright's fine training.
I hope you know what you're doing.
If you're going to make such a bold claim, Mr. Justice, I hope you're ready to elaborate. What's this hidden connection between the defendant and Roger Rettens?
Rettens is also a magician.
Sleight of hand trick Mr. Rettens did during recess earlier.
Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get the bailiff? Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me.
What if Mr. Rettens is a magician too? What if? I believe it's up to the defense to fill in the blanks, not me. Well, if he is, he may have had some contact with Mr. Wright somewhere along the way. Objection.
Your argument is hardly worth responding to. But by all means, please do continue. As a passage in the sacred scriptures of Koreanism states, he who gives a sermon to a monkey is himself a monkey. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you say to a dimwit, he isn't gonna get it anyway.
We saw Mr. Rettens perform a magic trick. He made his video camera disappear in the blink of an eye.
I think it would be pretty funny if I were a magician. You must have been seeing things. Want me to introduce you to a good eye doctor? The connection is as tenuous as that is all it takes. Then every magician in the country could potentially bear ill will towards the accused.
I guess you're right.
You're not the sharpest knife in the drawer, eh, short stuff? You would do well to cleanse that putrid mind of yours in the holy waters of Mount Pony Pony. 3 days under a frigid waterfall, and even you should rise to the level of a monkey. A numbskull for a numbskull.
Well, this numbskull has thick skin, so there.
I think I get what they're driving at. Even if he is a magician, it's not exactly a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy, is it?
Hold on, I can think of one person. One magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy. Or rather, one magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against the Troop Grand Marie.
Oh?
No way! Something wrong, Mr. Justice. Your Honor, the defense wishes to submit evidence at this time. I see. And what sort of evidence do you have for us? Evidence that points to the real killer, the one who had a motive to commit this crime. What?
And what have you come up with this time, defense?
Trucy Wright is the sole heir to the Troop Grand Marie in its name.
This put us square in the crosshairs of one particular magician. And this piece of evidence points to that one person with the grudge against Miss Wright. Take that!
And who exactly are you naming, Mr. Justice?
13 years ago, the great Mr. Reyes belonged to Troop Grand Marie. But then the troop ousted him, and Mr. Reyes vowed to get revenge on them someday. What better way to accomplish that than through the ruination of their sole heir?
But Mr. Reyes is the victim, Mr. Justice. You named a dead man as your suspect.
Is he really dead?
What do you mean, is he really dead?
The fact that Mr. Reyes is a victim is what's throwing you off. But how about we consider this possibility? What if the man who died on that stage yesterday wasn't Mr. Reyes? What? You mean the victim was an imposter?
Not Mr. Reyes, then what about the real Mr. Reyes?
It would mean the real Mr. Reyes is still alive. That's just absurd.
Mr. Justice, who is the real Mr. Reyes if not the victim of this case?
Coming together now. I finally see the gimmick, the trick to this entire case. This should explain everything, Your Honor. The real killer, the one who hated Troop Grand Marie and wanted to sully its name. Magician lurking in the shadows who set up a fake Mr. Reyes in his stead. The real Mr. Reyes is... Take that!
But that's...
Yes it is. Roger Rettins. It's the real Mr. Reyes! What? Him? Objection! Oh, hollow red pepper, your potent seeds brought naught but meaningless empty words. You can't possibly prove to support such an outlandish theory. Not a bad idea for a soap opera. Not even die-hard fans of the genre would stick around past the pilot. You want proof? Well, I've got proof. I can prove it by... proving that the Mr. Reyes in yesterday's magic show was a fake. To do that, I just need you to look at this spot on the poster. Take that! This is the injury Mr. Reyes sustained while practicing a magic trick 13 years ago. However, the video of the victim's shot of himself shows no trace of the injury.
Oh my, you're absolutely right.
Now, Mr. Rettins, what do you suppose we'd find if we took a look at your right forearm? Is there by chance a nasty 13-year-old scar under that sleeve of yours? Well, Mr. Rettins, why don't you roll up your sleeve and let the court have a look? Or are you hiding something else up there? Come on now, I have nothing up my sleeve. I don't need to hide anything up there, because I require no tricks or gimmicks. For you see, my magic is a real deal. Is this what you were hoping to see? Oh,
There it is! The scar!
I thought.
That's right. I'm the forgotten magician, the abandoned to the dark understates of the history. The great Mr. Reyes. Okay, I've got, like... This is what I've been waiting for the entire time, and it sucks that it happens at the end of the trial, but, you know, build up and all that. I love Mr. Reyes' theme, and this part is going to be so good and so fucking satisfying. This is totally absurd. Oh, ironic, wouldn't you say? That this odious mark carved into me by Troop Gramarye would bring me back into the limelight once more. Strange are the comic threads before me. If the witness is the real Mr. Reyes, then who is the victim who perished in the magic show? He was but a fan. I met him on one of my programs several years ago. He said they had become a magician out of admiration for the great Mr. Reyes. In confidence, I told him my true identity and let him take on my mantle.
When did this man take over for you?
About 2 years ago, I taught him my tricks and even acted as his producer. And so a mere amateur became a popular magician overnight. Courtesy of my magic, on stage we called television. Hope you enjoyed the show.
You really had us all fooled.
Mr. Rettins, or should I say, Mr. Reyes. In your hatred of Troop Gramarye, you killed the victim, Mr. Mystery, and then set up Miss Wright to take the fall, didn't you? You did it all just to tarnish the Gramarye name. I have no idea what you're talking about, lad. I set up the prank, that much is true, but it was simply a harmless joke on Trucy, I assure you. And she learned of the plan and made use of it to commit murder. That is how strong the criminal element runs in the blood of these Gramarys. Objection! But if it was a secret prank, but if it was a secret prank plan that very few people knew about, couldn't you have been the one to use it for murder instead? Gah! Yikes! Eek! His head! Just kidding.
What the heck was that?
Give my words, lawyer lad, for I fear your grasp on reality is slipping. I do believe I told you that my magic is real. It employs neither tricks nor gimmicks.
Enough with the ambiguity. Why don't you make your point already?
My alibi is as pristine as ever. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Submodi? Yes, I suppose that is correct. The witness does have a solid alibi.
What?
Call defense said at the time of the magic show, Mr. Rettins was at Take Two TV. A fact that many people can easily attest to.
God, that's right. I forgot all about that.
So what did you think, Your Honor? Would you like me to testify on the matter?
Yes, I think you better. Please tell the court more about your alibi.
Very well then. On with the show. Are you watching, Magnifique Gramarye? The time has finally come for my magic to snuff out your precious pedigree. The Gramarye line will be no more. My perfect alibi. I was at the TV station at the time of the Penrose performance. I was busy working on another TV program. I could spare no time for the magic show. To ask my staff if he dealt my claim. There it is, a simple and perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth. You understand now, perhaps? I did not grace the theater with my presence until after the incident. So how could I have committed the murder?
His staff did say he was there at the station.
It sure does sound like a rock-solid alibi. But that can't be right. If Mr. Returns is the killer, he had to have been at the theater.
There's gotta be a hole somewhere in his story.
I assure you, there are no holes on Mr. Reyes' stage. No tricks, no gimmicks. True magic doesn't need trapdoors to escape through. Do enjoy my show to the fullest. And my real alibi. It was at the TV station at the time of the Penrose performance.
Hold it! You did come to the theater eventually, isn't that right?
Indeed. Anxious to see how the show is progressing, I made my way to the theater. Let's see. My journey took about 10 minutes by car.
Could he actually have been at the theater during those 10 minutes, killing the victim?
Let me a stab at reading your mind. Aha. Could I have been at the theater during those 10 minutes, killing the victim?
What the...
But no, I took a taxi. Driver can attest to that. Feel free to call the taxi company if my word does not satisfy you. The driver is a big fan of the ratings Raja. I even gave him my card.
He gave the driver his card? That was very clever of him.
You might as well give it up, lad. Questioning the real magic is a fool's errand. Besides, you know very well what I was doing at the time of the incident. I was busy working on another TV program, and I could spare no time for the magic show. Oops.
Hold it! What was this other TV show you were working on?
My own special project, you see. One moment, perhaps this is more appropriate. It's a Raising Rogers special production. Yeah, hang loose, baby. It's called Desperate Regeneration.
You switched personas just to say that? What's the show about?
Washed up has-been singers and comedians get together and play musical chairs. The winner of the game is given a second chance at their career. A prize for chumps who washed up too early in life. Sounds great, right? I just suggest you appear on that show, Mr. Justice. As the ex-lawyer who used to make ridiculous bluffs in court and faded sadly into obscurity.
And let the rating Rogers produce my TV debut? Not in this lifetime.
You have great reactions. Who knows? TV might be your true calling.
Hey, whose side are you on?
In any case, I was overseeing production of the program during the Penrose performance. Do ask my staff if you doubt my claim.
Hold it! How do we know those staff members aren't in cahoots with you?
I make it my business to perform solo. My magic has no need nor want of assistance. After all, one of them could reveal the secrets behind my magic, could they not?
So he doesn't trust anybody, huh? He's the complete opposite of Trucy.
There were many people in there in the studio audience who saw the witness as well. Even if he had been able to persuade his own staff to cover for him, he could have convinced so many complete strangers to do the same.
He really has made a rock-solid alibi for himself.
Yeah, it's almost too good, you know? It's eerie how perfect it is.
Has all been revealed to you now? And there it is, a simple and perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth.
Hold it! I've got it. Do you have a brother? A brother that looks exactly like you, maybe?
Again with the twins business. You think the audience will let you get away with using the same gimmick twice in a row? If you do not believe him, Defense, why not investigate for yourself? Though I am sure your efforts will prove to be thoroughly fruitless.
Yeah, I guess the twins theory is a little far-fetched.
His alibi really is airtight.
I believe we've heard enough. While I believe the witness does indeed harbor some ill will against the defendant, there's no reason to doubt that he was at the TV station at the time of the incident.
Yes, the facts were prove it was impossible for the witness to have been involved with this crime. His last rites with the victim have dragged on long enough. So the victim himself is so bored that is resting on top of your Honor's head.
It is?
The time has come. Let us punish the sinner and guide the victim's soul to the Twilight Realm.
Apollo, Trucy will be thrown in prison, and we'll be out of a job. But if you catch tasty fishies, will you sell me something at a good price?
I told you, I have absolutely zero intention of going off on a tuna boat.
Think, Justice, you have to figure this out. It's no use. I can't find a single flaw. So what now? Behold, my never-ending magic show. Come for the awe-inspiring showmanship of the great Mr. Reyes. And stay for my grand illusion until the end of time. Wait, is he saying that we're still trapped inside some sort of illusion of his?
That's what professional magicians do. They make their audience see something that isn't really there.
In other words, you make us see illusions, right?
We call it misdirection. When we keep you busy believing one thing, we're busy making something else happen. What we say is there really isn't, and what we say isn't there actually is.
Could it be? You know what, Mr. Rittens? I guess we have all been spectators to the elaborate illusion you prepared for us. An illusion that subtly turned our attention towards something you wanted us to see. What are you going on about, lad?
Have you got something, Apollo?
I just remembered something Trucy said about misdirection. What a magician says is there really isn't, and what they say isn't there actually is. If we've been taken for a ride by Mr. Rittens' magic, then maybe he's made us see something that wasn't really there. It's time to rethink all of my assumptions about this case. What have we been made to believe was there when it actually wasn't? What have we been taken to be the absolute facts of this case? Reevaluate the validity of all these things, and just maybe. Athena, there's something uncanny about this case.
Okay, what is it?
Virginia's alibi, it's too perfect.
That's true. It's like impossible to break, no matter how hard we try.
Maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's exactly what he wants us to think.
I'm not following.
We're not making any headway here because we've been so focused on breaking his alibi.
Oh, I think I get it. You're saying he's using misdirection on us, right?
It's definitely a possibility.
Would your defense care to share with everyone what's discussing over there?
Your Honor, we believe that if we were to reconsider a certain assumption, we may finally arrive at the truth. In fact, I think we'll even finally see who's hiding behind the curtain, so to speak.
What is this certain assumption you're thinking of?
It's the one key assumption we've been made to take for granted this whole time. The crime scene. Right? What if the culprit was somewhere other than the theater at the time of the crime? What if there was some way to commit the murder without actually being there? If that were the case, then Mr. Rittens' perfect alibi would become irrelevant. Objection! How could one person stab another to death with a sword without physically being there? Furthermore, we all saw what appears to be the culprit's shadow in the footage. Objection! Couldn't we just easily assume that the shadow does not belong to the culprit?
Well, if that's not the culprit, then whose is it? Not 100% sure yet, but I'm pretty sure I'm on the right track. We've all seen something that looks like the shadowy shape before, Your Honor, during the magic show itself. In that case, please point it out in the show footage for us. It's the thing that looks suspiciously similar to the shadowy figure of the culprit. Take that! Doesn't this shadow resemble the suspicious shadowy figure? Now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? Miss Wright, could you identify this shadow for the court?
Let's see. I believe that's Mr. Hat's shadow. It's from when he was being pulled up from the stage to the catwalk overhead by wire.
Then, could this shadow that's shown later in the footage be Mr. Hat too?
No, that's not possible. After Mr. Hat was pulled up to the catwalk, he stayed up there.
In other words, the secondary shadows from some other figure being pulled up. Some other figure? I'm afraid you'll need to be more specific than that, Mr. Justice. He's right. We've come this far. I'll just have to figure it out from the clues I have on hand. What is the secondary shadow shown in the footage? Take that! If we consider what was happening on the stage at the time, there's only one answer. The shadow belonged to the fake Mr. Reyes. In other words, Mr. Man of Mystery. The victim. Please take a look at the prank plan script. Mr. Mystery was to pretend to be dead and then fly up into the air after that. Isn't that right, Mr. Rittens?
Indeed. And what of it?
I contend that that's exactly what happened. The victim was wearing a stunt harness around his waist. It was most likely attached to a stunt wire so that he could be pulled up into the air. So you're suggesting that after pretending to be dead in the coffin, the victim flew up into the air just as the prank script says? Exactly. We just couldn't see him go flying up because the dragon was blocking our view. And that last trick, ladies and gentlemen, is the true piece de resistance of the culprit's murderous magic show. Don't tell me. You've got it all figured out. Yes, I think so. If we could just look beyond Mr. Rittens' last bit of misdirection, we should finally be able to see the real truth. The victim must have been pulled up to the catwalk, just like Mr. Hat. It hit the cushioning up there with the considerable force. I just had to figure out what else happened up there at the time. Are you ready to elaborate, Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor. I'm ready. In that case, please answer me this. Why did the culprit make the victim fly up into the air like that?
To murder him.
Why did the culprit have the victim fly up after he appeared in the coffin? How did the victim actually die? When it was only pretending to be dead in the coffin? If we can figure out how these two questions relate, the answer should become clear. Could it be? Mr. Mystery must have thought he was still just part of a prank when he appeared on stage. He probably didn't suspect a thing as he was being pulled into the air. After Mr. Wright was called backstage, and just as the set piece fell. But the culprit had already planted the real murder weapon in the cushion in the catwalk. It was probably a knife or a blade of some sort. What? You mean? Yes, it really was a magical murder. Just as the prank script said, Mr. Mystery was whisked up into the air. And straight into a blade that was there in the catwalk. In other words, this murder was committed remotely through the use of a magic trick.
What?
Remotely? Using this method, it wouldn't matter where Mr. Ratins was at the time of death. But how exactly does that work, Mr. Justice? Just before the murder occurred, the dragon set piece was up in the catwalk. And Mr. Man of Mystery It and Mr. Man of Mystery were connected to each other by a wire at the time. Carrying out the prank plan, Betty made the dragon piece set piece fall, which caused Mr. Mystery to rocket straight up and into the blade in the cushion. Cushion was high up enough to be hidden from the audience's view. That's why nobody saw the blade. Oh, then that big gash in Mr. Hat's cape. The blade must have been set up overhead sometime before the magic show. Mr. Hat must have been slashed by it too when he was pulled up by the cushion. Up to the cushion.
Hold it. Hold it. I can't believe it. I had no idea. I was told that Trucy would freak out if I made the set piece fall, but that's the only reason I did it.
You were used, Betty. Roger Ratins used you.
I thought he was my little puppet to boss around, but it was the other way around.
After the incident occurred, Mr. Ratins arrived at the theater. He got the murder weapon and swapped the rubber sword with the bloodied steel one. That's also when he lowered the victim's body down to the stage.
But how did he have time to do all that?
When the set piece fell, the audience was evacuated from the building. He was able to do all those things after the fact because there was no one around to see. A horrific murder camouflaged by a spectacular magic show. It sounds like the kind of murder only a magician could pull off. As long as the show proceeded as it was scripted, Mr. Mystery was doomed to die. That's why it was you, Mr. Ratins, who killed the victim all the way from the TV station. This prank plan, or should I say murder plan, proves your murderous intent. Crammery! Enough. You dim-witted, ignorant, imbecilic, putrid red pepper. He can't possibly have a counter-argument to make. Talk about not knowing when to let it go and move on. Do you have a rebuttal or something, Prosecutor Samari? No blade of any kind was found in the catwalk, which means you have no evidence to support your theory. But Mr. Ratins retrieved it after the fact. Which still leaves you with no way to prove your wildly fantastic remote murder theory. But without proof, does it not make more sense to believe that the murder was committed there on the stage? That's where the bloodstained sword was found, after all. That's a very good point. As the only person who could have committed the crime there on that stage. Trucy Wright remains the prime suspect. It appears that what you call truth is a little more than a cheap parlor trick. In the end, you have done nothing to prove the accused's innocence. It is time at last to let go and move on. You seeing this magnifique gramarye? My magic is exacting punishment on your granddaughter.
The Grand Marine name is done for.
Apollo, we need to hit them with a decisive piece of evidence.
I know. It's just what I was thinking. Mr. Justice, do you or don't you have anything to prove that the witness committed this remote murder you proposed?
Of course I do, Your Honor.
The entire incident was carried out exactly according to the script.
Right, so theoretically there should be no evidence for us to find or use. Which means our best bet is to see if something unscripted happened. There's gotta be something Ratins couldn't have foreseen. And once I find it, that's how I'll expose this murderous trick. Get ready, Mr. Ratins, because I'm about to reveal the secret to your magic. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, just some good old-fashioned logic. As long as the magic show wasn't scripted, the murder would happen without fail. Everything in this case was carefully planned so that no evidence would be left behind. Still, one thing happened that definitely wasn't in the plan. Part of the magic show wasn't in this show's original script. Bonnie's mistake. Bonnie made a mistake during Trucy's escape trick. What mistake did she make? Mr. Hat's positioning. Her life choices. Mr. Hat was placed in the wrong spot. Because Bonnie placed Mr. Hat to the right of the coffin instead of the left, Trucy had to reappear on the side of the coffin opposite to the one in the show's script. But the culprit didn't know that when he first arrived at the theater, which means he was bound to make a slip-up when he tampered with the crime scene. Part of the culprit's cover-up attempt was affected by Trucy's new position. The fingerprints on the coffin. No, that's not right. Even if Trucy's position changed, that wouldn't affect the placement of the fingerprints on the coffin. In that case... Okay, the blood in the hole. Blood was on the wrong side of the coffin, too. Thinking Trucy had appeared on the left, the culprit must have put blood in the left hole. But the blood was eventually discovered in the right hole during the police investigation. If he had originally put the blood on the left side, that means he must have tampered with the scene again afterwards to make it line up with the facts. To make the crime scene consistent with the facts, the culprit must have swapped the coffin sides. The culprit swapped the coffin sides. That's right, the left and right panels of the coffin are interchangeable. The culprit must have switched the two panels to make the bloodstains fit the facts. But the switch might have also given rise to something unnatural. Oh, I remember now. There was something unnatural about the coffin, and it's just the evidence I need. Sorry, Mr. Ratins, but I have some very conclusive proof of your guilt. Another bluff, is it? There's no way you could have anything of the kind. My magic is real. No Objection! No. There are tricks and gimmicks to it, just like any other illusion. What? After the murder, you switched the left and right panels of the coffin, didn't you? And because you did, you left behind something very unnatural for us to find. This proves that Roger Ratins tampered with the crime scene after the murder took place. Take that! The fingerprinting results.
What about the fingerprints is unnatural?
Let's take a look at the prints the victim left in the coffin. Let's take a look at the prints the victim left inside the coffin, shall we? The victim was facing forward in the coffin. His prints should have looked like this. However, what we found was they were facing the opposite direction. It was quite unnatural for the prints to be facing this way, wouldn't you agree?
It is strange, isn't it? But how did they get this way? It got this way because the culprit thought the magic show had gone according to script. The culprit thought Mr. Hat would be on the left side of the coffin, and that Miss Wright would also pop up to the left of the coffin as per the show's script. Then he assumed that she had thrust the sword into the hole on the left side of the coffin. That's why he put the blood in the left hole when he was trying to cover up his crime. But sometime after leaving the bloodstain, the culprit must have realized his mistake. He found out that due to Bonnie's mistake, Mr. Hat was to the right side of the coffin. And that despite the script, Miss Wright had also thrust the sword into the right on the hole. In short, the hole with the blood on it was the side opposite to the one Trucy used. To make the blood's location fit the facts, he had to tamper with the evidence yet again. So he tried to cover his tracks by switching the coffin's left and right panels.
Oh, and that's how the fingerprints in the coffin ended up backwards.
The culprit switched the two side panels around.
Prints ended up facing the opposite direction.
But instead of going to all that trouble with the panels, why didn't the culprit just wipe the blood away and redo it on the other side? I'm afraid that wouldn't have worked, Your Honor, because of a little something called luminol testing.
Ah, right. Luminol. I almost forgot.
Luminol can detect trace amounts of blood even when it's been wiped away, right? That's right. Wiping the blood away would have only served as proof of his meddling. How about it, Mr. Rittins? I did a pretty good job figuring out your trick, didn't I? Objection!
Trucy Wright could have done the same thing just as easily. You have no proof that it was this witness who tampered with the evidence. Objection!
But I do have proof.
What?
The person who was in the magic show would never have made the mistake of putting the blood on the wrong side. Least of all, Miss Wright, who surely would have remembered she was on the other side.
Oh my, you're absolutely right.
You impudent. I'm sure you've realized by now, Prosecutor Sunbody, that your claim that Miss Wright is the culprit just doesn't hold up.
You and the accused are most certainly bound for hell. Objection!
Really? Miss Wright and I? Because I think you're the one with the ticket there for trying to convict an innocent girl.
Prosecutor Sunbody, are you alright?
As for the true culprit, he is someone who knew how the show was supposed to go but didn't actually see it, and someone who had the chance to tamper with the crime scene after the incident, and the only person who fits the bill is you, Roger Rittins.
Marie?
All the secrets to your tricks have been revealed. And with no tricks left, I'm afraid your show's been cancelled. Permanently! And now to my favorite breakdown. All of my secrets have been revealed, you say?
Don't make me laugh, boy.
Mine is the true, real magic. There are no secrets to reveal.
Behold, ladies and gentlemen, the true power of the great Mr. Reyes. Witness a magic far greater than Troop Graham Rees. Burn. Crumble. Fall to my furious flames. The great Mr. Reyes will bring an end to you all.
And now for the final heir to the Graham Ree name. Right here, right now, you too shall burn.
Huh? No, this isn't right. No, I didn't do anything wrong. No, it's not my fault. I'm not the one to blame. I'm the victim here. What? Stop! No! Curse you, Gramry! Curse those Gramries! It's all because of them. Even now they wound me. Curse them all to the abyss. You really hate us that much? Did your hatred run that deep? Deep enough to kill an innocent man? You're damn right. You have no idea what humiliations I had to suffer. Grandfather, Magnifique Gramry, kicked me out after I got hurt practicing my magic. He said I was too unskilled, that I would mess up on stage. He threw me out of the troupe just because he was worried about his own reputation. Since I was but a child, it was almost my dream to become a great magician. But that Magnifique, he took it all from me. That's no excuse. There's no reason to do something so evil. Magic is supposed to make people happy, not used as a means for murder. What's the big deal? I just used what I had available to me, that's all. I get it now. The attitude towards magic is why my grandfather kicked you out. You don't deserve to call yourself a magician. Don't deserve? I don't know about that. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? If not for that lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison as we speak. You're right. I didn't see through your tricks. You see? So in the end, Troop Gramry was defeated by the great Mr. Reyes. You're not fit to lecture me on high. From on high, Trucy Wright. You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn! Take that, Gramry, you lose. Anyone needs to learn to let it go and move on, it's this guy. This court of my prison can both burn in the flames of my creation.
Bailiff, take Mr. Rettins away, and bring a fire extinguisher just to be safe. Looks like we've reached the end. Feel as though I've been watching a grand magic show. It was close, but we just barely made it through somehow. Huh? Why does Trucy look so down? Miss Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
I'm about to announce my verdict. But I see that wonderful smile of yours, that smile of a true entertainer as I do.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, this court finds the defendant, Trucy Wright.
Not guilty!
Court is now adjourned.
April 28th, District Court. Defendant lobby number 3.
Thank you for everything, Polly. But Trucy, grazie a Dio. Now you can open your show tomorrow, just as planned. Yep, and it's all thanks to you two. Oh, now that Mr. Reyes is gone, I need to find somebody to replace him.
I don't like the way she's looking at me.
Trucy, I'm so sorry about everything. What are you apologizing for? Roger pretends used us. We're victims too. He even made me an accomplice to murder. Betty, we have to take some of the blame for this too, you know? Even if we didn't know he was planning to kill Mr. Mystery, we did cooperate with him. It's all my fault, isn't it? Neither of you is to blame. The only one in the wrong is the person who used magic to commit murder. Roger pretends. Don't you think I know that? Say what you want, but don't think for a second that I don't still hate you. I guess she really does hate me. Betty, why? You used to be a huge fan of Trucy's. Hey, shut up! I've always hated her. Really? But if we hadn't seen Trucy's magic show, we never would have tried to become professional magicians ourselves, right? Speak for yourself! But Betty, you still have her autograph from that day. Shut up!
Is she acting that way this whole time because she secretly loves Trucy? Wow, Trucy. Never knew that being the best could be so tough.
Come on, Bonnie, we're leaving. We have to get ready for tomorrow's show. You're really excited about performing with Trucy again, aren't you? That's not true, so zip it, dummy! Polly, do you think I really am a naive greenhorn?
Huh? No way. She's not...
After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? If not for that lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison as we speak. You're right. I didn't see through your tricks. You see, so in the end, True Graham-Ree was defeated by Mr. Reyes. You're not fit to lecture me from on high, Trucy Wright. You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn.
Trucy, don't tell me you're still taking what Reten said to heart.
Well, maybe a little. I didn't see through his tricks, and I let myself be taken in by his magic. I can't trust myself anymore. Maybe he was right to call me a greenhorn.
You shouldn't take stock in his words. He doesn't even know the first thing about you.
Huh?
You're a wonderful Graham-Ree magician. You should be proud of yourself.
Thank you, Apollo. But what makes you say that?
I know you're a wonderful Graham-Ree magician because of this. Take that!
My grandfather's notebook?
The Graham-Ree Creed. True entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. When you performed your magic trick in court today, you showed the world you showed the world your dedication to your troops' creed. Even through all the jeering, you kept a smile on your face and won the crowd over. You were everything Magnifique could hope for in an heir. You're a great magician, Trucy.
Great magician? Me?
You really are. That's why you don't have to worry about what Reten said.
Oh, Polly. Thank you. Still, I couldn't have done it without you. I would have lost my nerve if I had been up there alone. But I was able to keep on smiling because of you.
Me?
I remembered what you said to me in the detention center.
After all, you're sure you swept the swords, right?
Yes, I remember doing it.
Then I just know it wasn't your fault, Trucy.
But how can you say that? We don't have any proof it wasn't me. I mean, I know you're a great lawyer, Polly, but
I believe in you, Trucy. And I believe in your skill as a professional magician. So I'm going to prove your innocence. Don't worry, you're going to be fine.
Your words were what kept me going. Apollo, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now I can be everything I was meant to be.
The real smile is the best. I'm so glad I could help her make that happen.
Emma? I'm really sorry, Trucy, for everything. But why? Well, I wasn't able to convince Prosecutor Submani what a good person you are. And I had to testify against you, too. You have nothing to apologize for. You were just doing your job. You're too kind. Oh, I don't know about... Huh? Is something wrong, Emma? Huh?
Prosecutor Submani, what are you doing here?
Detective Sky.
Yes?
I require your forensics expertise in order to close this case. Come, let us go.
Wait, Prosecutor Submani!
The trial is over, Mr. Justice. You and I are strangers once more, with no further need to interact.
Strangers? Have you really forgotten all about me?
What?
You've really changed, Nayuta. Tell me to let it go and stuff? What happened to you?
O lawyer of impure soul, I have nothing to say to the likes of you.
Are you serious, Nayuta?
Now if you'll excuse me...
There he goes.
What was that about, Apollo? How do you know Prosecutor Submani?
Let's just say we're old acquaintances.
Acquaintances? Seemed like something more than that.
Yeah, well...
You don't like to talk about your past, do you? Because you always change the subject.
I guess I'll have to talk about it someday. But for now, come on, let's forget about the past and celebrate Trucy's future.
Sure, if you say so.
Hey, it's Mr. Wright.
Put him on speakerphone, Apollo.
What's up, Mr. Wright?
Apollo, how's Trucy? What happened at the trial? Did you get a not guilty verdict?
Mr. Wright, slow down. Everything's fine.
Hi, Daddy. I'm okay now. She was found not guilty in a very dramatic turnabout. Plus, we saved the office. It was a great victory for Apollo.
That's a load off my mind. Can't thank you enough, Apollo. Now I know I can trust you to hold down the fort anytime.
Me? Really?
Yes, you. You're a real full-fledged lawyer now in my eyes.
A full-fledged lawyer?
Still can't wrap my head around it. Thank goodness you were there to take care of everything. And thank you, Apollo.
Don't you go that far, boss. Just not in front of everyone.
Oh, and by the way, I won't be able to make it to tomorrow's show, so I'm hoping you could go. You'd do that for me, won't you?
Of course. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Full-fledged.
So Daddy asked you to come to tomorrow's show, huh? As my assistant, right?
No. He just asked me to go cheer you on.
Okay, then I'll be sure to save you the best seat in the house, Polly.
Best seat in the house. I really appreciate the thought, but...
Good, then it's settled. Huh?
April 29th, Penrose Theater stage.
Objection!
Objection! I should have known. This is what she meant.
Magical girl Trucy Wright will now perform her greatest illusion yet. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, ladies and gentlemen. This is real magic.
Wait a minute, you're kidding, right? There is a trick or a gimmick, right? I'm too young to die.
Now then, Mr. Hat, you know what to do with that sword.
No, wait, stop! No! Ah!
And that is how Trucy and Grammary Lands ended on a rousing high note. With a big round of applause and Polly's ear-splitting screams.
What kind of an ending is that?
Alrighty. New episode has been added. Ah, yes. The Rite of the Turnabout. Yes! Save! Now! No, no. No, we are done. We are done. Probably could have shaved off a little bit of time. But, I mean, all in all, timing that it took to go through that trial was not that bad. So, that was the magical turnabout. And I'm going to be honest, it's kind of one of my favorite cases, despite what difficulty I had with it. I'm talking on premise. You know, on premise, it's one of my favorite cases. So that is that. So, as I said in the beginning of the stream, there's not really going to be anything up until Monday when I continue the stream with Chris of Virtue's Last Reward, and then next week should have the continuation of Spirit of Justice, where we'll move into Chapter 3, and also that Thursday, more Tokyo Mirage sessions, which is going to be over on the Twitch channel. In terms of everything else, there's not really much new per se. I have some creator friends with their own channels, and you know, definitely go check them out. Everything is down in the description for your guys' convenience. We have everything from character creation and like open worlds gameplay to story-based gameplay to to action to art on Suzie's, and Suzie runs 2 channels. Her art channel is Rose. Again, everything's in the description. So definitely go check out everything. And if you like what you see, perhaps consider giving a subscription. And, you know, click that bell so you're notified of everything that we do when we get around to it. Thank you for joining me in whatever capacity you are tuning into these streams. And I hope to see you guys in future projects as well. But, oh God, my voice is pretty shot at this point, so I'm just going to end it here. So, I will see you guys next week for some more streaming material. Thank you guys for watching, and see you guys later.